One of the weirdest experiences I had was during the start of my career. In fact, it was so early as being a ranger, literally my first day, that I didn't think much of it. I thought, well, it's probably just my mind just running around because I'm new to this thing. Basically, I had to go and investigate a backpack somebody left there. Nothing too bad. It was just somewhere that it really shouldn't have been, and we needed to make sure it wasn't anything bad. As I approach, I get this weird warm feeling which comes across my body. I look up, and there's kind of a distortion near a tree. It's really hard to focus on it, and I actually have to move forward a bit to make out the silhouette of this. I'm completely perplexed as to what this could possibly be, and I have to walk closer to figure out what it is, and I can't. What's really weird is that I hear breathing now, very faintly but coming from near the tree. I think maybe this is some kind of really advanced thing that maybe somebody's got out here, like some hunting thing or God knows what. It's kind of like a cloak. I get to probably 3 inches away and I can make out this thing is very tall. I raise my hand up to touch where it is, and that's when I see what are very clearly teeth. They're kind of like a black metallic colour. It blends in with the tree really well from where I'm standing, and I can hear the breathing more now. What's really weird is something drips onto my hand and it does actually become wet. I quickly wipe it off and look down at my hand, look up, and this thing is gone. I knew something was definitely there because I was a bit wet now, and I think, wow, this is the kind of thing that happens when you start this job. Thinking that maybe you just have to watch your mind in the forest, I decided to go and check out the backpack, thinking that I'm very paranoid of it and I'm just imagining things. But however, the more the times went on, the more and more weird I think this whole thing was, and that I kind of wish it happened later in my career because I wouldn't have been so quick to dismiss it. One of the weirdest stories that I've ever heard happened is not my own, but my father's. My father works as a forest service worker, and he had many weird encounters over his years. This one in particular gave me chills all throughout my childhood, and it made me constantly just question things. Now, I'll tell this exactly how my father's told me and how that he's wrote it down for me, so sit back and enjoy. I think it's truly bizarre. Now, to start out, everything's going pretty well in life. I'm happy and my wife is now pregnant. Now this is going to be our second child. We already had our other one who's about 1 now, and we're really excited to have a second. We had a boy and we were hoping for another girl. It turned out that we had another boy, but that was just as much joy into our lives. Those who haven't experienced parenthood don't understand how it changes your life sometimes, and how it changes your approach to taking risks. I know that I certainly had the same feeling too. Now, where I was based at for my job, I didn't really encounter anything too heavy. I hadn't been working this role for that many years, and there was other more experienced guys out there. In fact, a lot of the time I'd actually get quite frustrated because I really truly wanted to do more, but I just wasn't able to. Sometimes there would be things that the other guys would know that I could do, and they would just rush off to do it before I had the chance to, and it was so frustrating. I enjoyed being out there, don't get me wrong, but I was kind of stuck doing more computer stuff and just, I guess, the boring things. Now, at this place, I knew that I could progress, but it was going to take years. They basically offered me all the training and everything, but my god, it was slow. The thing was, I was probably smarter than all of the people there, just not being given any opportunities that I needed to progress. It was almost like they'd given me this form, and it said everything I needed to do, but there were holes in it that they couldn't see, and it made me feel really uncomfortable. I was quite tempted to join the Navy. I actually wanted to become a Navy SEAL at the time. It wasn't really possible because of some of the injuries I had, but I know that if I really pushed myself, I probably could have overcome them. But the problem was, even sometimes when I was doing this job, even just hiking around and doing my normal things, I would have a pain that I couldn't seem to stop from the bottom of my foot. I actually still have issues with it today. Not quite sure why it started, but yeah, it's just something I get on with. So on this particular day, it was just the same. There was more exciting call-outs and things to go and do, but literally before I could even get to the radio to say I would do it, someone would say I'm on it and would already be up there with their coffee in their hand, taking the last sips of their coffee before flying on out the door and to go and have all the fun. Yeah, it kind of really sucked doing this, but I guess it gave me more time to think and just relax a bit. The problem is, if you're like me, that time very quickly lends to boredom. I started going through some of the records and some of the reports. I basically had to reorganize them because some people in this office area, they would just throw everything onto a desk and not do anything. They would only look for items if they needed it, which of course is a very stupid idea and wastes everyone's time, but back in my day, I guess that's how it was. So I start reading through some reports. There was a few pretty creepy things on there. Some people would say that they had a feeling, like an intense feeling of fear that they couldn't describe, accompanied by a knocking on some of the trees. They were never able to locate the source of this sound and they thought it was just animals, but it came up quite often over the years. Then I heard a really strange one. Apparently, there was a ranger that worked here, and a lot of the other people thought that he was going crazy. I was reading a second-hand account of what had happened to him. Apparently, something had spoke to him and told him the future. Weirdly though, when I looked back through another account, which was more recent than that one, some of the things that he said actually come true. And the person making the report actually noted that and how weird it was. Upon further investigation, it turned out that this person thought that he had spoke to beings or something. I don't know, kind of like aliens? They didn't describe it very well, just very vaguely. Now, it seems like many of these cases were dismissed. There were other weird things too, like a Pacific area where you'd feel very hot, completely unnaturally, to the point that you'd actually question if there was some kind of hot spring there, or something weird that shouldn't have been there, but again, they could never find the source of it. The thing that made this even more bizarre is that eventually the plants and trees and everything in the area would start to die, so you basically knew for certain that something was definitely off there. Now, I decided that I had to get out and do the very minimum just to not be in the office, and that's what I did. I remembered setting out, and I was being a little bit more paranoid than normal. I think all these stories were just playing in my head. I remembered I kept thinking that I saw something walking through the tree line above, ahead of me, always maintaining the higher ground. It kind of just trailed alongside me. It's really hard to describe, but was truly creepy. Now, I don't know what it was, but I think it was some kind of large animal there. Not big enough to be a bear, but certainly weird. I did think maybe it was a hiker out there, but it wasn't possible. I thought that was bizarre. I remember thinking to myself that you've just learnt the power of human potential in the mind, and it was pretty scary to me. Now, life goes on. We probably get to about a month or 6 weeks in, and again, they're just not training me properly. It's kind of really annoying because they'll complain at me for doing something when it's exactly how somebody's told me to do it. And they'll say, oh no, just do it confidently. But then they'll say, why did you do that? And you'll explain that's how you're trained, and they wouldn't seem to listen, and it was kind of like a hostile group. I didn't end up staying there for too long, but I'll get to that later. So what do? Once again, get reserved to balancing the books and just doing the normal work. Now, this is actually at a time before we had computers, so it did make days very boring too. The problem I found is that some people just did not have good handwriting. I've never been the best at reading others' handwriting, but especially in these situations, my god, it was like some of these people had honestly made an effort to write as illegible as possible. And again, if you can't read it, they complain, so I kind of become an expert of reading these things eventually. And again, every so often there's weird reports. I realise too, quite often when it's recorded, people just think, oh, it's the other guy not paying attention. Maybe he wants everyone to look at him and stuff like that. At least that's on the report conclusion, but I had a feeling that something was off when I kept on seeing the reportings of some kind of beings out there. This spanned over a number of years too, and long before I was there. They all seemed to be described as relatively the same. They called them the forest walkers. Apparently they seemed to be quite tall, and they would walk in almost a weird limp motion. The weird thing is that they would be silent too, and if you approached them, weird things would happen. Some people said they felt almost like they were high. Others said that they would just know things they couldn't have otherwise and stuff like that. I don't know if I believe in the supernatural that much, or at least at the time I didn't, but I just considered that these were just things that happen when you've been out in the woods for too long by yourself. Now eventually as time increased, and I started complaining to the higher ups about the issues I was having, I started to get out more and do more interesting things. I even got to rescue a few people too, which is a really cool feeling. I don't know if you've ever experienced it before, but there's something so cool about knowing that you preserved human life. You stepped in and you made a big difference and impact for someone. It's not something I'd felt before in other jobs too, so I was quite happy. Now, as I go out for a patrol one evening, I remembered having a strange feeling that the air was different. There was almost some kind of metallic smell that I couldn't quite describe. I was concerned that I had some kind of illness or that I accidentally got something on my nose, but no matter how much I wipe my nose, I can't seem to get rid of the feeling. And there was almost some kind of static in the air. You know, like when you have static electric and just before you feel the buzz, it was kind of like that. Now that's when I feel something. I can tell something's looking at me and I stop to turn around and see what it is. And then I can make out some kind of figure. It's probably about 20 feet away. It's wearing kind of like a dark coloured robe, but when it gets closer it appears more white. It walks with a weird limp and I can't believe my eyes. I actually rub my eyes quickly, not sure for a second if I'm dreaming, and it's gone. Now I think this is pretty creepy. I want to figure out what this is, so filled with excitement I actually jogged towards where it was. Now I couldn't tell you too much else about it, but just that it completely vanished. I probably spent another hour myself actually searching the surrounding areas just to see if I could find something, anything there to explain what I'd just seen, but alas, I come up blank. There's nothing there but myself. Now I'm actually a little bit irritated because I don't want to seem stupid. I really don't want to become like one of the people whose stories I've read, probably to be dismissed later on the same way that I dismissed some of theirs. But currently, it seems like I'm going to have no option but for that to be the case for myself. Yeah, it sucked really. I go back eventually and tell them what happened. Now, no one believes me, which is what I expected, and they say, yeah, you're too junior to be going out there and investigating things like this. I was pretty fed up again. I come from a role before where I was very well respected, and honestly, the way I was being treated was really annoying me. Now, a few months go on, and it becomes winter, and the going gets a little bit more tough really. It was pretty cold out there. I mean, uncomfortably so for myself. Now, I remembered on one particular day, I can't tell you specifically what I was doing, I just remembered that I was out there, that I spotted something weird, I mean really bizarre. There were these small figures, kind of limping around in the woods, again silently. Now I can't believe what I'm seeing. They're probably about 5 feet tall now, and in more of a white coloured gown kind of thing. Like I said, I didn't know what this was. I thought maybe it was something from Halloween, like decorations people put out there. And I actually wasn't too scared now. I was convinced that this wasn't actually a real thing or threat or danger, so I decided to sit back and very slowly follow these things. Now I didn't look behind myself, so there could have been more, but these things just kept on marching on, kind of down the path for a good 10 minutes longer. Now they never once seemed to notice me or so much as turn around, so again, I'm still not entirely sure what I'm seeing, but I think it's some kind of Halloween decoration that someone's playing around with. I don't know, it could be a cult, it could be anything, but I'm not too worried. I don't know if it was the size of them or what, but I just wasn't concerned. Also, there seemed to be nature interacting normally around, so that meant that these things weren't a threat, at least I thought. So this continues on until eventually they all stop at something. I stop too, and I can see about 4 of them. I was incredibly curious as to what they were looking at, but there's no real way for me to be able to see where I'm based currently. I get closer and closer and realize that I'm going to have to take the long way round now to figure out what it is. I decide to take a stealthy approach, and I try and walk very slowly through the foliage and get around. I do make it to a pretty good horizon, and I can see in front, and I still can't figure out what they're looking at. Now I'm sure these are people now, so I become a little bit more confident, and I walk down even closer to where they are. Eventually, I ended up crashing through some of the brush, and I decide that I'm going to be more present now. Obviously these people know that I'm here, so what's the point of trying to hide away from them? I go a little bit quicker now, and eventually go round to where I think that they're facing, and I can't see their actual faces. It's kind of just dark where their faces are completely covered up in something. Now, I crouch down to get a better look at them, and suddenly, I can hear voices in my head. They don't sound like voices I ever heard before too, and it's almost like my own voice but different. And I keep hearing different things that haven't happened yet. I hear about the birth of my son and know that it's going to be a boy. I know exactly what he's going to look like, how my career's going to go, what my wife's going to do, and some of the hardships that come up and who's going to pass away in my family. It actually makes me incredibly emotional at this point, and I almost feel like it's too much and start to cry a bit. I ended up kind of just becoming overwhelmed with my emotions, and I fall back into the dirt and stare up at the sky. The sky's very bright today, and it actually looks quite nice. After a moment, I kind of stop hearing the voices so much. They kind of just slowly fade out, like somebody slowly turning down the volume on a record, and I get up. I realise now that whatever these things are has gone now, and I'm just here alone, very confused as to what's actually just happened to me. I get up, and I'm sure there's going to be an explanation for this. I ended up scouring around for probably another hour and a half, until I conclude that nothing's here. That's when my panic finally catches up with me, and I decide that I need to get back as quick as possible. I start making my way there. I eventually get back to the station and immediately write down my report. I didn't speak to anybody else about what had happened, and that's when I'm confused. I suddenly realised that what I was reading was very similar to some of the reports of what had happened years before. The ones where that people had considered the guys that were reporting it a little bit crazy or seeing things. And for that reason, I actually took the report and ended up throwing it into the trash. I didn't want my colleagues to think I was crazy. I mean, I didn't like most of them to begin with. I knew that this was going to hurt me moving on to the other areas that I wanted to work, so there was going to be no benefit of me actually posting this. I ended up moving on and working as a ranger in different areas and doing different kinds of roles too, even being a fire service worker. Now here's the weird thing. I only realised it much later, but I did have a son, and he looked exactly like I knew he would. The job that I changed into is exactly what I heard I would. My wife's role too. Also, some family members that died, they were the exact people who I was told would do so as well. Now suddenly I felt kind of a weird fear come over me, almost like a wash and flood of emotions coming back, realising that something had contacted me back then, and for whatever reason wanted me to know what was going to happen. I can't put my finger on why this happened or how it happened to me, I just know what I saw was real, and that I wasn't the only person that saw those kinds of things out there. Lots of my other colleagues had experienced some very similar things, and I just don't know what to make of it all. So I live in Austin, Texas. We have a metropolitan park located in North Austin that's almost 300 acres. I visit this park often and have never had a weird experience until now. This park has a ton of trails for mountain bikes and hiking. There are also other areas that have creeks which run through the park. Now 2 days ago, I took my 4 kids and myself on the trail hiking. We arrived at the trailhead around 4 PM and started our hike. There are 3 bridges over water that we passed during the hike. Each bridge was at least half a mile apart. Our destination required us to pass along all 3 bridges before we started to make our way back. We made it to our destination. As we start walking back, we don't have any issues, only the occasional mountain biker who passes us by. On the way back, as we walk over the second bridge, my kids and I, now they're all under the age of 10, heard someone very clearly in a female voice say, "Hi dear, come over here," twice, from under the bridge. The first time we heard it, we all stop in our tracks and look at each other like, "Did you hear that?" My 9-year-old daughter even asked me, "Mum, what was that? Did you hear this?" And my 3-year-old appears very perplexed. There was no one in sight. I even look under the bridge and I can't see anybody there. I can hear rustling though, and then I hear it again, identical in tone and pitch and duration. "Hi dear, come over here," almost robotic. This was about an hour or so into the hike, around 5 PM. At that point, we all started swiftly walking towards the trailhead. No one said a word the whole time. I remained calm, as I always carry my side piece, so I had a form of self-defense to rely on, but still, it definitely spooked us out. Now there's a playground not far from the trailhead. I asked my kids if they want to play on the playground and they all say no without missing a beat, and we go straight back. I still have no idea what it was. It sounded just like a recording, but it wasn't. For a little bit of background about myself, I've worked my entire adult life in the Pacific Northwest woods. That's over 15 years in total, and about 7 of them being at the Park Service at the Olympic National Park. Many experiences over the years could warrant the title of creepy, but this one particular one truly sticks with me. While working for the Park Service, one of my jobs was to be a restoration carpenter. We would travel to old backwoods historical cabins, emergency shelters and homesteads, and other things, tasked with repairing and restoring them to their original historical accurate states. Now this is truly a wonderful yet demanding job. I'd spend 8 days at a time living off the beaten path, usually deep in the backcountry. Sometimes we'd been flown in supplies, sometimes we'd use llamas or mules to pack our gear, all the while sleeping in a thinly walled single tent, cooking over a fire or whisper-lit stove, using the same tools and techniques of the original homesteaders that they had at their disposals in the 1800s to construct and survive in this unforgiving land. One night, in late fall, I was assigned to work near Lake Ozette at the old homestead off the trail. Near the constructed boardwalk, for those unfamiliar with the area, Lake Ozette is 8 miles long and 3 wide. It sits as the largest unaltered natural lake in Washington. Lake Ozette has a long and rich history of Native American culture. The Maca Tribal Center in Neah Bay houses discoveries found in the area dating back to 2,000 years ago, along with a local village that is well preserved over 300 years ago by a mudslide that left most of the artifacts there intact. Now the Ozette Loop Trail, which the homestead was directly adjacent to, is approximately 9.4 miles through and through. The man-made boardwalk takes you under giant cedar groves, meanders through giant patches of chest-high saleal before eventually delivering you to Alströmer's Prairie, about 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Now, this Alströmer's Prairie is a giant soggy meadow which was once farmed by two Swedish immigrants. They constructed a small cabin and some outbuildings on the 150-acre bog, with cattle, sheep, vegetable gardens, and help of a little Swedish ingenuity, they're actually able to live out here for over 50 years. Over time, the forest, as it always does, decided to take back which was once its own. The now decades-long abandoned farm was hardly recognizable. Our job was to get it back and encroach the forest, put new windows into the main cabin, pipe in a new stove, apply fresh paint, and just generally fix up portions of it. Now, the ultimate goal being guided tours to take place in the future sometime. For about 3 weeks we stayed at the bunkhouse while working at the Astrums. This was good duty for us. We weren't sleeping under rain, our beds were warm, our hike was short, and the train wasn't difficult. We even had TV. The bunkhouse was located near the highway and ranger station. We would hike the 5-mile loop every day, bring in with us our boards, tools, and paint, and everything else we needed. Now, these were 10+ hour days, and we usually started in the morning at around 7 hiking and returning at around 5. Now, at one point during the fall, there were 4 of us working this project, but at the time of this event, there was only 2 of us remaining. Most of the hard work had been finished now, and we decided to hike a few last boards into the prairie to complete a portion of the wood wash before we called it done. I volunteered to go back and bring everything. Now, my only job being to carry as many boards as I could muster in each trip before returning to the ranger station to load the next time. It was late in the season for hikes at this point. The weather had turned, and we'd be lucky to see 2 or 3 people a day doing the loop. Around my 4th and final trip, it was pretty tiring. I was getting really tired of it, and it's late now. At around 4, myself and my co-worker called it a day. I thought I could get one more trip in before it gets dark, my rationale being that the more trips I did today, the less I would have to do tomorrow. We ended up pushing on and continue and start our hike back to the ranger station. The lighting on the boardwalk was quite low at this point, and the cedars blocking most of the ambient light left by the setting sun and making visibility quite diminished. Now, I'm not a nervous hiker, and I don't really get scared easily at all. Having solo hiked for weeks on end in the backcountry, I've been stalked by cougars, confronted by Klondike bears in Alaska. I've even ran into a few demented hillbillies over the years. As I left the prairie that evening, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end, goosebumps erupt on my forearms, and an uneasy feeling sweeps over me. Suddenly I walk faster, and then sprint. I did, and I didn't have to think about it, and I try and convince myself that I've been reading too many stories. I walked another 5 minutes or so before I start hearing something faint, sounding just like music. Impossible, I tell myself. I'm so far from civilization. It can't actually be what's out there. But sure enough, I hear music, and specifically a piano. It started out so faint that I stopped moving and actually try and hear it. The steps on the wooden boardwalk are so loud, but every time I stop, it becomes louder. Now I stood there, sun now fully hidden behind the horizon, in total silence other than the piano. I became aware that there were no longer sounds of life, no birds, no insects, no wind, no rustling of leaves or underbrush. Absolutely silent, yet the piano is present, as if everything was being weighed down by a fog of emptiness of sorts. I've encountered this dead before in the woods, but never quite like this. I tried to keep focus on the keys, but I can't recognize the composition. Not really surprisingly though, because I usually listen to Metallica. Now, It was playing with a purpose and controlled in tune, thoughtful. It was a song, and somehow I felt that it was meant for just me in this moment. I start walking again slowly, almost on cue for the music, but it once again gets louder as my pace increased. So did the tempo of the keys, still in tune, never faltering. It reached a climax, a perfect combination of my haste, dread, heartbeat, and God knows what else. Now, it then quickly whooshed away as quickly as it come, not trailing off or fading, just gone, and suddenly everything was back how it was with a gust of wind. The stillness was gone, the gloom and creepiness had left. My next step on the boardwalk went pretty much normally, and it was almost like it never happened. Now, I didn't hear the piano again that night, nor since. I told my co-worker every detail when I reached the bunkhouse. He showed no signs of disbelief. We didn't talk about it again until years later when something similar happened to another park employee, another ranger. When I told my grandfather about what happened, who was a retired state park ranger, he said, "Oh, the piano again?" And apparently he'd hear bagpipes when he heard it when he was younger. Now this didn't directly happen to me, but I live in the area where it happened. Now me and my friends were discussing scary things that we've seen in the woods, and he told me a story that happened to his friend. So this guy with 5 of his friends was spending a day in a cabin, hunting and trapping. They were not drunk but had a few beers to unwind one night. So one of them goes to the outhouse and to the bathroom and swears that he can hear the sound of a drum beating. So he finishes off in the outhouse and goes into the cabin and tells his friends to come back and check out the sound. So they all grab their rifles and walk out of the ridge from their cabin and down to the hollow and behind it and then back up to the other side. It's actually quite a rocky area, and the sound actually travels really far, and they can tell that the sound's coming from over the hill. So 5 of them spread out about 50 meters apart and walk up over the top. They couldn't see down over there because of the bushes around, so the 5 of them wait there, and one of them sneaks down to see what it was. When he got there, he stood and watched for 30 seconds to a minute before he turned around and went to his friends as fast as he could, telling them he saw evil and that they had to get out of there. All he would tell them is that he saw a bunch of naked men and women dancing around a circle, chanting in some foreign language. He never told them about everything he saw. The guy told my friend this story, actually hung back and didn't go down, so he wasn't sure exactly what this person had seen himself. When I was about 5 years old, I was playing by the edge of the woods behind my grandmother's house. I played there often, and my grandmother kept an eye on me from the kitchen or living room because the house had huge windows that faced the woods. She would come out every once in a while just to see what I was getting up to. I was obsessed with digging in the dirt and collecting unusual rocks and arrowheads that littered the land where my grandmother lived. I should mention that this is in the Midwest Illinois, not far from the Cherokee Mounds, so finding arrowheads was not actually that uncommon. Anyway, that day, I still remembered picking out a spot to dig. I had been out there for quite a while because I remembered I had dug a pretty good sized hole. Then something caught my eye up in the tree that I was next to. I almost don't know how to explain it, but it looked like a heat wave coming off the branch of the tree. It was fall. I remembered because I had my pink jacket on, and remembered thinking that my mum was going to be annoyed because I had dirt around the bottom of my arms from digging. I also remembered there being a lot of leaves on the ground. Anyway, I am staring at this heat wave and realised that it was human shape. So here I am, 5 years old, wondering why that there's an invisible man in the tree. I remembered feeling scared but unsure what to do. Then, It started moving and making a faint clicking sound. This is about the time that I decided that I was not supposed to be seeing this, and I hightailed it back to my house. My grandmother saw that I was pretty shaken, and I remember telling her that this is what's happened, and thinking that it was an angel. Now in my 5-year-old mind, I don't know what else it could have been. I never heard of aliens or ghosts or monsters, so to me, it had to be an angel because that's all my little brain can think of. Fast forward to when I'm about 12 years old. By the time this encounter happened, it was way out of my mind. I love watching action and sci-fi movies. My dad rented a movie called Predator. I am watching it with him. And the first time you see the Predator/invisible cloaking, I'm petrified. All the memories from that day digging in the dirt came flooding back to me. I asked my dad if the Predator's real or if there's any animal that had that kind of ability that I wasn't sure of. He said no, it's all fake. It wasn't like it was today where you can just Google it. I had no access to the internet, so again, I put it out of mind. Now fast forward to about the year 2004. I'm grown, have 3 small children. I just went through a separation. Now, I moved to the next town over to an apartment with my children. These apartments are all 1-level duplexes where there are 5 buildings. I am at the very last apartment of the last building. The apartments are considered in town but are really on the outskirts. There is a deep ditch that runs behind the building with a chain link fence that separates the backyard from the ditch. There are about 6 or 7 trees on our side of the fence. If you follow the ditch a little bit, you hit a small forest that eventually leads to a country with a larger forest and land. Now, I'm a smoker, but I wouldn't smoke in the apartment because of my children, so I often go out to the back porch to smoke. One night, I was up late doing laundry and stuff after the kids went to bed. I decided to take a smoke break before I myself went to sleep. I am back there on the porch and start hearing a clicking sound, and immediately looked to the ditch because I had seen a groundhog out there a few days before and thought perhaps he was out there again. The yard is fairly lit, but not too well actually, and there's a playground that is right to the end of my back porch. I didn't turn on my porch light. I didn't normally. If I was just going out there for a quick smoke, I wouldn't. Now, I didn't see any groundhog or movement from the ditch, so I go back to smoking my cigarette. The faint clicking sound keeps happening, and I see a slight shift of movement which actually shakes me up, which goes into the tree to the left of my porch. It's there. The same invisible thing that I had seen when I was 5. It's kind of distorted and has a humanoid shape. It is crouched down or has a branch or something coming out from around the tree which is wrapped onto it, or maybe it's holding the tree and I can't believe it. I was like, is this happening? Has this come to kill me from all those years ago? All I could think about was my kids in the apartment sleeping, so I ran in, slammed and locked the door. I ran to the kids' room and make sure that they're all locked. Then I just turn on the lights to the living room and stare out the blinds at the tree to see if I can catch another glimpse of it. I sat there for about a good 10 minutes and can't see anything. I begin to think that I'm just tired and that my mind was playing tricks on me. Just as I finally start talking myself to calm down, my neighbour's dog comes running across the backyard and starts barking at the tree at the same branch that I'd seen this predator thing. And it freaks me out because the dog was not a barker. I've actually never heard him barking at anything, even at the groundhog that had been out there hanging out in the ditch. The dog actually goes on barking now for quite a number of minutes until eventually the lady who owns it calls him back inside, and the dog reluctantly returns back home, stopping every few feet to look back at the ranch. That's until he's out of my sight. I didn't sleep that night and have never seen anything like it again. I don't even know what to think of it. I'm a grown woman now. I have kids and a good career. I just can't make out what this could have possibly been. Now for context, I do believe in paranormal. I've had encounters and experiences as my mum and grandma This was a little different and not as scary, just weird. I was manager of a very well-known drugstore and took a back road to the store every day for about 2 years. Now, it was semi-rural, as it had once been acres of farmland that was now being developed and sold to developers. Just for some insight into the area, my ex-in-laws lived in the area for about 30 years on 200 acres and had a cattle farm. They still live nearby, just on a smaller farm, so this is a very frequented area to drive to by family, and my ex knew the area well. This was a heavily mained area, and there's a lot of strange things that happen here. There was also a huge landfill in the area. Now, I was coming home one day, July-ish, not too tired, and was looking across the cornfields as I come around a bend and noticed a house on the edge of the fields that I'd never seen before. It was very unassuming and red, with a small peak roof and a porch in front. My first thought was not, wow, I've never seen this before. It was instead, how do people get into it? There are no driveways leading there. Weird, in 2015 there had to be a driveway. As I continued and rounded a bend, I couldn't see the house anymore, but was looking a few houses over, and I also can't see driveways into them. There's also nobody there. Now, by this point, I come across a very well-travelled intersection in a huge church, so I just stay alert and keep driving. Later, I'm telling my ex about this house and how weird it felt, and all the time that I've driven there, I never noticed it. I went to work the next day, coming home the only way that I knew, and it wasn't there. None of it was there. I don't know what I saw that day, but I can see the house very clearly in my head. I seriously don't know what to make of this. Now, my wife and I have found a lot of paranormal activity after moving into a wooded area just outside of Pittsburgh. Our house is isolated from the neighborhood. That only makes the fear of something terrible happening worse. I would like to point out that me and my wife are logical, rational thinkers who are educated to some degree, not able to explain events or what happened. Now, incident 1 was first things that animals were dying in the wild, which is common, but hearing the screams and struggling of pain, almost like they're being tortured, is not normal. It sends chills down my spine. Second, walking in the woods accompanied by my wife and kids, we stumbled upon a small clearing in the woods, under the leaves where children's shoes are. Shoes are worn out as if they've been there for a long time. 3. This one's hard to believe, trust me, I know. I was in denial. I didn't tell my wife what I'd seen for weeks. Now, I didn't want to catch this thing after seeing what it was, but I was outside smoking a cigarette on the second floor. Now, while on my phone, I had a feeling that I'm being stared at. I glance away from my phone to look. In my peripheral vision, I catch a humanoid shape. I say peripheral because it was almost like I couldn't focus on it. It bolted into the woods behind my home, completely off guard and terrified. I didn't even watch it run into the woods. I looked straight ahead and acted like I never saw it, like a deer in headlights. I acted like scared prey. This creature wasn't human, and that's why I was terrified. It was tall, had shoulders and a head, no hair, and colour of skin that I can't make out. It's weird, it's like my brain couldn't process it well. As I stared straight, completely frozen in fear, I'm hearing the strides of this thing. Now, I don't know what it was. Months go by and get to 4 now. Now, same bathroom window where I saw that. Now, we open the window to smoke, and it sounds like it's gonna pour down. Both of us are completely confused because no water's falling from the sky. I walk downstairs to go outside and try and understand what's going on. The garden hose is on, and the handle is pushed into the dirt, shooting water into a tree, making a weird sound. None of us put it there. Now, incident 5. We feel like we're being watched one night in the daytime, and the woods are normal and somewhat peaceful. We constantly have an eerie feeling though. Now 6. At this moment we become interested and are sitting by our window every night trying to find explanations to what the humanoid thing is. We made conversation on a different subject when a loud crack came from the ground right below us. It was loud enough that both of us jumped and quickly locked the window. It sounded like a bat or axe hitting the ground really hard, but nothing should have been able to make that sound because of how the ground is. Now 7. As we're laying in my bed, my wife woke me up at 2 AM and said that she smells burning plastic and thought something's on fire. We have a 2-story house and had a bedroom window cracked, and we look outside to find the cause of the smell and saw a lit up triangular shaped thing in the back of the house deep in our woods. It was orange lights and blue lights and orbs that we can see, and shadows of people walking around the triangular thing. We were very scared and called the cops, but doubt set in and we checked the window again and this is gone. 8. After all of this, we still stay active. So we went on a walk one evening with the children around the neighborhood and just observed a really nice sunset basically. We head home and obviously this place is weird. We would want to walk outside and we decided to go to our gravel driveway, which is about 100 yards away. Trees on all sides, bushes and smaller trees below them. After about maybe 15 feet onto the driveway, we noticed bats flying down the right and left. We'd only seen a couple up to this point. Maybe they're bugs. I look around and with no car, I start walking down the driveway and my wife on the opposite side. The further I go, the more scary it becomes now. I don't know what it was. I underestimated the amount of bats. I start running because my children are frightened. As soon as I start running, I'm not kidding, they begin to clear a flight path up with my head. They would turn around probably 5 feet from my face or even closer. I'm not exaggerating. As I'm running trying to avoid these, I hear my wife screaming as she beats me home. My daughter's on the verge of tears. She was so scared. And I know bats are absolutely full of different diseases, and that's why I was really scared. Now 9. I personally didn't see this, but it doesn't add up. One Saturday, my husband's parents were over for dinner when he came to me and said, "Hey, my mum saw some girl with a black sundress coming out of the woods and going even further down, trying to reach us, without knowing the layout of the land. I don't know how this person could have came across here. There's no easy way to get to us, and it's not the kind of place that you would travel. This would have meant that whoever this is had basically come out of the middle of nowhere. Why would they be doing this?" And 10. And the last one. Now, if either one of us go out to smoke at night at the window in our bathroom, we often hear a bell sound, kind of like a Chinese ceremonial dong thing. Being skeptical, we presume that these are wind chimes. We looked and there's no wind chimes at my neighbour's house, and the bells sound like they're coming from the southeast side of the property, and we can't explain it. My family loves to go on vacation in Sweden, and my grandmother even has a cottage in the forest that all the family members can use if they want. A couple of years ago, when I was around 20, I was on vacation there with my mum and my grandma sometime in autumn for about 10 days. This is the Swedish backwoods where we go there to unwind, to enjoy the nature and take a rest from civilization, hiking, canoeing and foraging for mushrooms, sitting around the fireplace in the evening and that kind of thing. It's not completely isolated. You can still find a couple of villages and fields here and there. It's definitely not very rural though, and you don't have to encounter people if you don't want to. Now, I've always liked to go exploring on my own, finding new paths through the woods, fixing our old maps to better reflect the current landscape. The maps you can buy of this area haven't been updated in ages, and many paths don't exist anymore because nature swallowed them long ago. What I also like is exploring abandoned buildings, and in rural Sweden it's great for that. Back in the 1800s, Swedish people in the countryside were very poor and starving, so they moved to the New World in search of a better life. You can still find the foundations of farmhouses, even the foundations of entire small villages in the woods, sometimes which have been rusted for over 100 years, or farmland equipment there. Also, like so many countries, Sweden has an issue with rural exodus nowadays. Middle-aged and younger people move away to the cities. Old people stay there until they die usually, and nobody buys the house that they once lived in, and it just sits there abandoned. This actually happens quite a lot. You can find many empty houses in the forest, and I love sneaking around in them. Most of them have already been looted, presumably by hunters, loggers and other hikers, but sometimes you can still find interesting things, and lots of things there that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. It's very rare to meet anybody out there in the woods. So one crisp autumn day, I took one of our bicycles, a map. Now GPS is mostly not a thing out there, my phone, but it usually doesn't have reception, and some food and water. Now I did actually tell my mum and grandma, and I wanted to be back by nightfall at the very latest and set out exploring. On the map, I had chose a wide loop that I guessed would take about 3 hours if the paths were clear, and I didn't stop to explore. But even if I did, I guess that I had plenty of time until dusk. I had a lot of fun at first, driving the mountain bike down smaller and smaller forest paths, finding foundations of old buildings, and some root cellars that are still intact and have some mushrooms there. I had some problems with the map because, like I said, many of the paths are still there, but no longer exist like they once did, so it's hard to see. So I had to turn back a few times, but I mostly had a pretty good idea of where I was. Of course, that made it take longer than I expected, and when I reached the point furthest from the loop, I go into a narrow path that according to the map would take me back in an hour. Now the sun's already decently low in the sky. At this point I'm feeling a bit uneasy, I have to admit it, because of my bad time management and because I was worried that I could trust the map less than I thought. Also, shortly before turning onto the path, I had found some traps in the wood that kind of creeped me out a bit. They were 3 big cages, each with a platform in the middle that was connected to a steel door in front. On those platforms were some animal remains, rotted with bones sticking out. It hadn't been touched in ages of bait. I guess since the doors were still open though, maybe they climbed in. I had taken a stick and deactivated the traps by putting and pushing onto the platforms through the cage bars. Any hunters might feel that this was a bad move, but I hated the idea of a fox or marten or something being trapped in there. When those doors had snapped shut, it had been so loud that I actually flinched, and afterwards I noticed how quiet it is. Now I was clumsily cycling along on that uneven ground as the sun was setting. I had this uncomfortable feeling that everything was sort of aware of me, if that makes sense. It wasn't the feeling of being watched, but just too quiet. Just quietness, that's it. After a while, I come upon a crossroad in a more open area where I was supposed to follow the path straight on. There were trees not so high here, and I guess that this had been one of those clearings created by a severe storm some 10 years back. Or maybe there had just been loggers in the past, who knows. At the crossroads was a tiny wooden building. Somewhere between a shed and a cabin, I had originally set out to find abandoned houses, and so far had only seen some stone foundations and root cellars. So even at this point, I really should have just hurried to get back, but curiosity got the better of me, and I wanted to check this thing out and have a look inside. It wasn't locked, but the door was kind of stuck in the frame for a moment, and I can't tear it loose. Inside of the cabin was a cot, a tiny oven, and massive taxidermy animals everywhere. Now, I didn't think they could fit into this tiny thing. There were too many there. There were even some on the cot and in the oven, now to the ceiling and walls. The entirety of the inside of the cabin also, every inch of it had a thick layer of black mould, so much so that some of the animals you can't actually tell what they once were. Others I could guess from the shape. They all look monstrous covered in that stuff, and the smell of rotten mould is overwhelming. I quickly tried to close the door again, but the wood had warped so much it wasn't quite possible, so I left it hanging slightly open and get out of there. As I was cycling away from the cabin, I felt strange. This time, I did feel like I was being watched, and not kind of nonsensely thinking. I thought, you should have closed the door behind you, you should have done that. I don't know why I thought of this, but it made me uneasy, so it didn't sit right with me. I then think, why does it matter? And tell myself to stop. Maybe 10 minutes later, the path enters a stretch of older woods with much higher trees. The sun was now close to the horizon, and the sky was full of orange light. Under the fir trees, it was getting very dark, and I checked my phone. I want to tell my mum, but of course no reception. A couple more minutes into the dark forest and the path has vanished. At this point I have two options. Try to push through with my bike until I met a logging road, which was hopefully there on the other side of that stretch of woods that could take me back, or even return to get past the mouldy shed again, then try to go my way back home. Basically, the second option was not an option for me, as I'd already said that I would be getting back, and I knew that I was going to have to zigzag and improvise now. Going all the way back would take ages, and I could get more lost going deeper into the darkness. I didn't want to lose my way, but also, I really didn't want to go past the shed again. I had a sudden aversion to even look behind me. As dusk was creeping through the forest, I was getting properly paranoid at this point. The uneasy feeling crystallized into the idea that I had disturbed something there, and that because I left the door open, something was following me now and had come out after me. I know it's stupid, but I cannot shake the feeling. Going past the shed, past those traps and through the ruins of the old village, past the open mouths of the root cellar, and getting into the darkness is a horrible feeling. Now yes, I might get lost trying to go through the woods in front of me, and I would have to push and maybe even carry my bike. But the woods didn't seem to stretch out too far in front, only left and right, so it seemed like the better option now. I was just hoping at this point that the supposed logging road was still there. I mean, it could not be. After tearing through it for a bit, I found what I guessed to be the remnants of an old path because the ground was sort of lower there, and I tried to follow it until I come upon another set of ruins. And again, foundations appear from the farmhouse presumably. Behind that, the ground slopes into a marshy area with birches that seem very white in the gloom of the trees. Now I stop and listen. I still didn't want to turn around. Now I can't hear anything, but I have the ugly feeling of being watched or followed, and it only increases at this point. I felt like not only was something coming after me, but like the forest itself was aware of my presence, listening or watching. Like it was deliberately quiet. I was feeling so scared that I didn't even try to talk myself out of it anymore, and just accepted what I was dealing with. I'd left some food in my backpack. Half a sandwich and some sesame snacks, and then of course, mushrooms I found earlier. I took it all out, laid it out on a stone, and I said, please let me go, I'm sorry. I won't come back, I promise. After that I grabbed my bike and went down into the swamp, still not looking back. Luckily, it turned out it wasn't a large swamp or anything. Really just a wet patch for about 300 meters until the ground sloped upwards again. So, I quickly grab my bike and try and push as hard as I can. Now I'm constantly going through these muddy parts and it's hard not to get stuck. When I emerge on the other side, I was soaked in sweat and my feet were wet and muddy to mid-calf. I stop frequently to listen for anything around me, but there's nothing. And then, wouldn't you know it, the trees opened up and there it is, the logger's path. I could have cried with joy and relief in this moment. I stepped onto the road and turned back to look behind me, but I can't even see the swamp through the trees anymore. It was almost completely dark by now, but luckily there was some moonlight, and I make my way. I climb on my bike and pedal as fast as I could. About half an hour later, I had some cell reception and managed to call my mum and tell her what happened. Or well, at least say I didn't get lost. I didn't want her to know that I'd worked up in such a panic over something. She was already worried, and that horrible feeling I had back there in the woods eased up gradually. I even start to see some animals now, and I hear an owl and a deer. By the time I arrive at the cabin, I feel okay again, yet exhausted. I'd worked in my job for about 10 years and I really enjoyed it. Though eventually, I did kind of get tired of seeing the same things. Now, some of my friends said, oh, maybe you should get a different job and not work as the park ranger that I had for so long. But I don't know, there was something about it that I just couldn't seem to go away from. I wouldn't say I was necessarily drawn to work in the forest, but it just kind of connected with my soul, and I'd done it for a number of years afterwards. I'd like to share some weird things that happened to me with you guys, because I think it's important that other people know about them. Now, the woods are pretty big, and we don't really know too much about what's out there. Now, keeping that in mind, I'm open to the possibility that some of what happened to me was just done by weird people, but at the same time, I'm not really so sure. Now, this particular event happened when I was relatively isolated too. I was basically patrolling somewhere, and I eventually got moved to go and inspect a cabin. The cabin was fine and we knew that. I just needed to stay there for a couple of days just to complete all of my checks. Now, this is something I thoroughly look forward to. It meant I could read and drink my coffee and just bring a few newspapers up there with me and just have a nice time being there on my own. I'm one of those people where it takes a few days of getting away before my mind completely opens and gets off of the tasks and things that are around me. I was having a hard time escaping from some of the stresses of life. I was staying strong and getting on with things, but I was going full speed ahead and not really taking any time for myself to sort things. So I could really do with this break. Some of my other friends at work there said they found the same thing too, but they did report feeling weird when they were out in the cabin. They said that they had the feelings of being watched. I didn't really take much notice of this because obviously, if you're out there in the woods, these feelings can come across very quickly. So it wasn't anything to be surprised about really. I don't know. When you'd worked out there for a number of years, I guess you kind of got used to it all, so I wasn't really fazed. So, I look forward to my journey. I remembered that on my last night before heading out there, things were pretty good, and some of the other guys there were just having a few jokes with me, trying to put me off the whole thing. They said, you know, there's Sasquatches out there. You heard about the bears that can come out of the trees and things like that, just joking. I didn't let it bother me though, and I said my goodbyes and set out. I remembered going home that day. I felt pretty comfortable and happy knowing that there was good things ahead of me. To be honest, my thinking was getting a little bit more negative at the time and I needed to get away. I won't go into too many details about things that was happening, but you could say it wasn't the greatest time of my life around now. I was using work as an escape really, which isn't the best of things, and yeah, everything worked out exactly the way that I wanted to. I'm now married with my wife and have a small boy on the way, and I'm really excited about this. I got another job that I absolutely love, just at the time those things seemed far away. When I get home I make sure that I packed up all of my coffee and everything else that I could need for this. I didn't have to bring that many things with me. I had some cookies and other supplies and snacks. You do get the supplies out there, but they're kind of more like military rations or MREs if you call them that. So I wanted to bring some other sugary things to make this more exciting. The cabin actually has a fridge and it's relatively well stocked, but sometimes the fridge will go out, and that's going to be annoying because you're going to have a very hungry few day tenor there, which I was trying to avoid happening to me. I remember driving over from the gas station. I actually took the wrong turn and go back to the normal place that I work, forgetting instinctively that I was supposed to be in the cabin, and I turn around. One of the rangers waves me away and pretended that he was saluting me like I was going on a military mission I wasn't coming back from. I did it back. I didn't really think much of it. As I'm driving, the trees are providing some very nice shade from the intense sunshine. Now, it is one of those summers where the sky was beautifully clear, and it makes beautiful shaded areas in the forest. It was such a beautiful place to be. I really recommend anybody that hasn't been out there before to try it, because I think it's great. So, I continue on my drive, and there's some insects that are getting into my little truck, and this is annoying. One of them I couldn't get out for the life of me. I'm not sure whether it is a mosquito or what, because I was concentrating on the road, but God was it annoying. I actually had my shirt off trying to bat it, but then I realised that I couldn't put my shirt back on again, and it was actually quite funny. Nobody really knows about this. This is the first time I've told people about this specific detail. Now, eventually I managed to get to where I have to park up, and I dismount. I still don't know what insect had actually got into my truck. I just figure out that hopefully, after a couple of days of being locked in there, it will die. Or worse, it will have children, and I've got a new problem. But I'll worry about it later. So I get my box of things and everything, and I start walking down there. Now again, the trees are absolutely wonderful. I feel really at peace and happy. There's almost like every direction that I look in, there's nature all around me, and I couldn't feel more happy. I'm honestly beaming at this point. You can see the high rock formations all around me, and it looks incredible. It honestly looks like it's something out of a film. And I'll take my way across a bridge with a stream that once ran. Closer to the winter months, there'll actually be more water through this, but it's just become so dry that there's nothing there. Sometimes I wonder how the trees stay so strong and lavish, but they do. Now, after probably about 2 hours of hiking and seeing lots of dragonflies and other beautiful insects, I eventually make it to the cabin, and it looks pretty dusty. It looks like it's been coated by a sandstorm or something. It's a bit annoying because it means the other people that were there before didn't actually make any effort or progress to clean it off, and I find that quite annoying. It doesn't take any effort whatsoever for people to be courteous to each other and to make our lives easier, but hey, here I am. Now, I remember the first weird thing I saw is a turtle shell. There are no turtles that should be around here, but why is there a shell here? I thought maybe one of the other workers or hikers had left it here, but I don't know. Seems pretty weird. It was hollowed out too, which was especially strange. No skeleton or anything. So, I put the key in the door, pop my things down and make my way inside. And I met with a beautiful smell of coffee. Not bad coffee, but some unopened ones that people have left around, and other little presents for me to find. This makes me very happy, and I start boiling the kettle. Now, there's something wrong with the kettle and it seems to constantly boil, and I go to turn it off. As I turn around, I think I can see something in my peripheral vision, but as I look there I can see nothing. I presume though it was just my eyes adjusting from the bright going into the dark, and I don't think much of it. Though this time I'm a little bit more scared, and I decide to close the door behind me. I met with a feeling of peace, and the cabin's really nice. It's quite basic, but you have like a toilet area, a little kitchen area, and an area to sleep. It's kind of like a studio design if you were imagining a modern apartment where you've got one area sectioned off and everything else is in the same room. I don't have an issue with this though. I knew there wasn't that much water, so I have to really try and ration it. I don't have a clue when they last filled up the tank, and I don't want to be the person that gets left short of showers and things like that. Especially because of how hot it is out here, it can become really overwhelming very quickly, and I'm trying to avoid this. So I'm really having a great time at first. I decide to make some food and open up one of the MREs. After this, I drink my coffee and I have my cookies and I'm just relaxing. I know that I'm going to need lots of energy because I have lots of different areas to check. It's nothing too much, I just have to make sure that paths can still be travelled on and stuff like that. So I set out and do this. There's a really beautiful cool air as I set out and it makes me feel quite at home. As I step out, I do realise that I can see something up ahead of me. It's on one of the paths that I have to make sure is clear, and I can see it's a little bit overgrown, but I guess that's kind of normal. Basically, as long as I could get through okay, it would be a pass. If not, I would have to try and clear it out myself or make a note of it so people could come out and clear it. I actually have a shovel with me and I want to attempt to fix some of this myself. Now, as I make my way through, I come up to a large tree that looks like it's covered in moss, but is something slightly different. I'm distracted by this as I see something further. It looks like the silhouette of a person standing there. I don't think too much and think maybe, well, it's probably a hiker out here. I decide not to disturb or scare them. I think maybe if they see my shovel they might think it's a weapon or something from afar and become scared, so I don't make too much sound and just continue. I've decided that I should go around the path away from them so they don't really get spooked, and that's what I do. Now, eventually I have to loop back round and I get to the other area that I need to check out. I go across another little path which takes me over a stream that once flowed. It looks really pretty once more. I then realise that I can still see the silhouette. I do think this is particularly strange because it doesn't seem to have moved. I'm not sure whether somebody's left a jacket there, and I decide to investigate. I follow up some steps, and I keep staring at this thing, but I can't make out exactly what it is. Now, as I'm approaching, I'm feeling completely relaxed. I think it's just the environment and not really taking too many notes of the situation, but I was maybe too cautious, free, and think that I probably should have had a better approach to this as I get closer. I can see something staring at me now. I say something because I can tell it's not a person, but it was pretty weird. It looks like a black sheet with some kind of mask up on it. I can now see that it's a hood. It's not a hoodie, but it's kind of flowing down. And I can see the base of it as a tree. Somebody's left some kind of drape over this tree, and it doesn't look normal. I get closer and closer, and I presume that somebody's left a tent up here. I think it's weird because it's black, and I think, why would you want a black tent? You're honestly going to get scalderingly hot. This is certainly not the kind of tent you want out here. And I then have to start making my way off of the path. I'm a little bit annoyed about this because it starts messing up my uniform, which I really enjoy keeping pristine. I do, however, eventually make it over to the back of it and go to grab it and pull it down, but it's on there pretty tight. And then take a step to the side and I can see a skull. I don't know what kind of animal skull this is, but it kind of looked like the Halloween scream mask that you see every October, but almost like a makeshift home one. This is pretty bizarre. I eventually pull and I'm able to tear this thing down. I go to touch the part of the skull that's on top of the tree stump, but I decide I should probably leave it there. As my hands are probably an inch away from it, I just hesitate. I don't know, it just felt weird. I look this thing in where its eyes would have been for a second and I get the creepies. I realise that I can probably just kick this down though, so I'm using my force and I'm able to make the tree come down. And I'm quite happy. It was probably about 5 feet up in the air, the stump of this tree. And I'm glad that I don't have to see it anymore. The last thing I want to do is forget it's there, then have an absolutely horrifying moment as I make eye contact with this thing again in the dead of night or something. But that's pretty weird. That shouldn't really be there. I presume that maybe somebody's done it for Halloween, but this is in nowhere near to October. I don't know, maybe it's been there for a while, but I think this is odd. I take a few looks around and I can't see anybody or anything else. I just remembered that my hands felt very sticky too. It was almost like tree sapling, but somewhat different. It wasn't like this thing was glued up here, but it was certainly odd. I look around in all directions, trying to see if anything else is out here, but I can't see anything now. I don't think there's anybody hiding away too, but I do really think this is especially weird. It's the first time in my career actually that I've ever encountered something weird to this degree. I decide it's probably nothing and say to myself aloud, come on, you're the ranger here, let's get on with it. And I continue about my way. I go up some steps and start clearing another path. I start shoveling, and as I'm doing so, dirt is getting stuck to my hands because of whatever kind of sticky substance is on that robe thing that I pulled down, or that tent. It's actually quite disgusting. I'm usually not that creeped out by things like this, but it really makes me feel weird. I decide that I should probably head back now, and I start doing so. Now I'm not really proud of this, but I actually didn't do some of the surveying and clearing I was supposed to do for the rest of the day. I don't know, it was almost like something clicked in my head and I just couldn't do it. I kind of gone transitioning from being in the moment to being a little bit more cautious of everything, almost thinking more in philosophy about why was this here, what could it have meant. I head back and put the shovel down outside and I go in and start washing my hands. I really struggled to get this stuff off, but I'm eventually able to do so. Then I notice annoyingly that I've used up quite a lot of my water to do this. I decide that I should wrap up my shovel in bandage so that way I don't have to touch it again, and make sure that I wear gloves if I investigate anything similar. So I actually use the rest of the evening just to listen to music on the radio and try and relax. There was something about hearing that voice in the cabin that really calmed me down. I actually have the door open now because it's so hot, and I just relaxed really. Yeah, I had more of a job to do, but in this moment I was a little frightened really. This goes on for the rest of the evening, and eventually it's time to get some sleep. I close the door, have the bandage on the shovel now, leaving it ajar to the door, and go out. I take one last scan of the perimeter and head back in again. I put my stuff to the side and decide to keep a knife near where I'm sleeping now. It's something I've actually never done before, and I realise why it's a stupid idea when I woke up the following morning and I nearly stabbed myself. Funnily enough, it's not far away from my neck, and I thought, wouldn't that be funny if I ended up getting myself like that? I radio in my findings from the following day, and I actually lied about what had happened and just said everything was normal, and I make myself another cup of coffee. The cup of coffee is kind of like my morning debrief with myself, where I plan out what I need to do for the following day, what I could do differently and what I could do better, and for today, it's to not get freaked out so easily by small things. That's what I say to myself. I do some positive affirmations and I get ready to head out again. Now what's weird about this morning is that there's kind of a mist that's settled. It's not fog, but almost like a morning dew. but I haven't seen it out here before, and it makes the whole place seem a little bit Halloweeny and scary. I go to look for the shovel, and I can't find it. I look exactly where I placed it the following night, and I realise that it's nowhere to be found. No issues, so I probably simply misplaced it, I say to myself. I press on now, looking all over for this thing, but I can't seem to locate it. Okay, that's certainly weird. Again, I don't think too much of it and presume that, I was tired. I probably just forgot it somewhere. And I head out. Now I have to go about 40 minutes away from where I am now to do this further maintenance work, and I go into a really beautiful area where the trees are tall and quite skinny. That has its advantages because I have quite a good horizon here, and if there is anything or anyone, I'm going to be able to see them now. The trees are actually really tall. I think they're probably about 50 or 60 feet or even taller. It's really cool. Don't know how many years I've been here, but I really like it. Now the mist eventually goes and I feel a lot more confident being out here on my own. I have my coffee with me, but where it started to become more summery and hot as the days progressed and the trees aren't as thick here, I'm quite hot and start to overheat a little bit, so I resort to just sipping it slowly. I'm sweating quite a lot now. I don't feel like I need the energy though, I just like the taste of the coffee. So I continue this walk and eventually find a tree that's fallen down onto the path. It's not too big, but I should be able to clear it. I don't have the shovel, but I ended up using a big stick and I'm kind of able to plant it underneath and using the end of it to tether it out of the way. It only moves about a foot at a time, but my god is it loud. It sounds like a whole tree's fell, and it made me jump at first. I don't know how my stick hasn't snapped, but I continue this process when I hear something. There's kind of like the sound of rain, or maybe like lots of cups being thrown at something. That's the only way that I can describe it. Or maybe like someone was shooting ping pong balls off of the trees. It was weird. I thought maybe for a second I set off a chain reaction or something and some other trees were going down elsewhere, but I can't see anything. Everything is impossibly still for the sounds that I'm hearing, and that's especially bizarre. Now, I scour the area for as long as I can. I even go off onto the tree that I've just knocked down to get a better viewpoint, but I can't see anything at all. This happens for about 4 minutes before slowly fading out, similar to how the sounds of rain slowly go off into the distance as the clouds go away. But that was especially weird. I'm very drawn in to where the sound was coming from, and it's further up the path, so I now head up this way. I have my stick with me still because I knew it was strong. I say it was in case there was more trees to clear, but I was a little concerned now. As I'm walking, I see movement now up the hill through the trees again. It's weird, it almost looked like something was kind of floating through the trees. I can't really tell because how far away it was, but it looked like something quite big was kind of moving through them freely. Almost like it wasn't interacting with the trees, but more just the ground on the floor. Almost like it was in another dimension. I walk as quick as I can trying to get closer to whatever this is, but I seem to get further and further away. And that's when I stop. I'm drawn to the ground as I notice something. I think my brain realised something shouldn't have been there, and what do I see? The carcass of a deer. Now, it's not really the carcass, more the bones. But only the bones. It's almost like this was dipped in some kind of acid or something, because there's nothing else around it. I can't see any flesh, I can't see any blood, just a deer carcass somewhat perfectly in the middle of the path. I start searching now, trying to see if there's any other signs of anything or anyone that could have made this, but there's nothing. I look further and further, trying to see if there's anything similar, but again, I don't see anything. Annoyingly, it's my job now to move it out of the path, and I don't want to do this. I ended up prodding it with a stick for a while, probably about 10 times before I'm brave enough to actually just grab it and move it piece by piece off into the trees and the bushes. Now that was really weird. I remembered when I felt it too, it felt kind of chalky almost. Like too dry, like bone dry, but even more so. I don't know how else to describe it. The only thing that was making it wet is my hands that are sweating. I'm not sure if this is from the situation or just because of how hot it is, but I'm suddenly no longer feeling the urge to investigate further. I continue my surveying this time, and I realise that I forgot my stick. I look around and again, that was nowhere in sight, which is weird because I was sure that I left it next to me when moving the bones. Now eventually I come up to another clearing, and all is well now. I feel a lot better in this open space, just knowing what's going on around me. I finished the job for the day too, so that's a good sign that I can head back now and try and get back to some relative safety. So I turn away and start heading back in the direction and the path that I've just walked upon. Now I get back and I'm at the point where I found the bones, but I can't see them. I think maybe they've sunk down into the ground a little bit, but that's quite weird. I should still be able to see the bones, especially because of how white they are. It should stand out from the background, but they're not there. I just think it's a good thing that it doesn't have to scare anyone else, and I think, well, maybe some kind of animals wanted them for God knows what, and I start to head back. Now the hike back felt probably twice as long, which is another weird observation. Usually I know exactly how long I've been out for, but I check my watch and I have been walking for the same amount of time, and it feels dreadfully long. I'm also quite tired. I go back into my cabin and close the door, and I fell asleep pretty quickly. Actually so quickly that I didn't even eat or shower or anything. I just woke up the following day about an hour before my alarm. So I eat, I get ready and radio in, and I say this time that I did find some animal remains, but nothing out of the ordinary, and that I've cleared it. They say, "Mikey, great, good job, keep it up, not long now." I say thanks, and end the call. To be honest, I was relatively frustrated at this point because I've not really had the relaxing time that I'd anticipated, but I've still got a couple more days left, so that can come soon. So I get my things together, get ready, eat some donuts this time, which are actually on the turn. They don't taste that nice, but give me the sugar that I need to head out, and I do some extra work. Now, as I set out this time, I have to survey another area and make sure that there's been no fires here or anything. Apparently this particular area is quite susceptible to having forest fires, and we just have to make sure that there's nothing that could potentially be causing it. It could be trash that people have left behind, or illegal dumping. Believe it or not, people will actually dump things out here. How they get this far out, I don't know, but they'll bury things. But the problem is, it makes methane and other gases that are very combustible, and we have fires that are deep out here and quite hard to tackle. So I'm walking down the path, and in this area the trees are also quite long and thin, but the good thing about it is that it lets you see miles around almost, or at least 500 meters in any direction, so I'm feeling safe now. To be honest, it's quite overgrown again, and a lot of the bushes probably come up to half of my height. It's okay, it just makes it a little bit uncomfortable to trek through, but that's fine. Now, I get to the area that I need to survey, and I can't see anything there out of the ordinary. I do notice how the trees have suddenly got much darker now, and it almost looks like nightfall in this particular area. But that's not an issue, it just means that it's going to be a lot more cooler there, and it's going to be a lot nicer for me. So, on I go, much more braver than the last couple of days now, and I feel comfortable. So I'm mostly done now, and I take a few rests. I'm drinking water, and my canteen's actually running a little bit low. Normally this means I should just head back because dehydration's going to be really dangerous out here. But I continue onwards. I see a beautiful bird in this moment that I haven't seen before, and it distracts me from everything. I've never seen this kind before. It almost looks like a green parrot, but it's a little bit different. I notice it's interesting because in all my years of working there I've never seen it before, but that's fine. Now, I take a seat and I look up and notice something odd. It kind of looks like an owl at the top of a tree. It's quite high up, but it's a very weird shape. It almost looks like a dinosaur to me, and I think it's odd. I can also see partly through it, which I think is really bizarre. It's probably about 100 meters away, and really difficult to spot, but I do. I get out my binoculars, and I can't really focus on it that well. I know it's a bird, but it's really difficult to see exactly what kind of bird, and curiosity gets the better of me. When I was younger, I used to love going bird watching and looking out for animals like this, so I decided that I should investigate. The good thing is, it's on the path that I'm on, so I basically just have to follow it in a straight line to get to it, and that's exactly what I do. Now I get closer and closer, until I realise something odd. This is no bird, at least not no living one. Whatever this is, has died up there, and I'm looking at the bones. But again, there's no flesh at this, there's no blood, there's nothing. What only appears to be the skull and a few bones of something up the tree. How it was all held together, I'll never know, but I think this is really weird. I take out the binoculars and look even closer this time, and I soon realise that what I'm looking at looks identical to the remains that I'd found before. Now that's really odd. How on earth any animal or anything could have got up there is beyond me. It almost looks like you'd need a drone or helicopter to take it up there. It's really creepy to see. It wasn't moving though, it almost looked like the head of a totem pole with how perfectly it was stuck there. Wait, wow, am I getting scared now? I almost felt like I was in something's area and land, and it being up there was a sign that I wasn't supposed to be here. I try and mark down the exact location where I am, but I can't be too sure because I'm a little worried now. I decide to just forget about it and continue on the path and do the last parts of my surveying. I did these very quickly this time, and nothing out of the ordinary up here. I take a few seconds before I can actually turn around because I don't want to. I'm expecting to see something standing on the path staring dead at me in my eyes, but I have to be brave and turn back. I don't want to be stuck out here as nightfall comes. I turn around and there's nothing. I breathe out a deep sigh of relief and I start on the path and make my way forward. Now, I look towards where the tree is and it's still up there. It hasn't moved an inch, but I feel like my mind has miles away from the situation. I actually couldn't look at it other than that quick glance. I resorted to jogging past where the tree is. It's probably about 6 feet off of the trail, but I can't be sure again because I didn't take long enough to figure out exactly how close it was. I ended up jogging until I realised I have to stop because my eyes are starting to go a bit weird. Now, I start walking and I get to the other area where I can finish off my job for the day. The good thing about being out here usually is that you can finish the day pretty early most days and do what you want afterwards, but for me in this situation it wasn't a good thing. I'm walking as I notice some leaves fall and I get back to my cabin. Now back to my sanction and safety. It's the most relieved I've ever been to get back there in the time that I've been out. I decide that I need a sheltered day. I get in, I lock the door, close all the windows, and just have a relax. I fell asleep for about 2 or 3 hours and wake up again. I'm very dehydrated. I realise that after I'd been to the toilet and start drinking lots of water. I have a cold shower now to try and wake myself up. I finished writing up the reports of my day and findings. I actually decided to include it this time too. I thought something definitely wasn't adding up here, and it could have been chance that all these animal remains were out here, but I think it's very weird how there was no flesh and blood on any of it. I don't know what kind of animal or creature could be capable of that, but I know it certainly wasn't a hunter, because A, they're not allowed out here, and B, how on earth could they have possibly got it up there without us realising? I don't know, but I guess I don't really want to know. I remembered that I couldn't even focus on reading, which was my attempt at getaways in situations like this. I just stare at pictures of some of the couple of days old newspapers. I'm not really sure what to do. Funnily enough, I actually started doing a crossword and it calmed me down a lot. I think probably all of my brain was being used, probably the parts that aren't normally used from being in dangerous situations, and it made me fly through that thing. Or maybe it was a distraction of it all, and escaping, I don't know. But I eventually drift off asleep. I wake up again and the sunlight hits my face, almost aggressively, and I wake up once more before my alarm clock. Usually this would never happen unless I was stressed out about something or if I had something important the following day. I eventually round my energy up and make my way out of bed and quickly get all of my food in me and showered off, and I get ready for my day. My alarm clock then goes off almost in time with when I get a call from the radio. Now it was just a normal call. They're basically just asking how I'm doing, and I explain what's been going on. They actually take this quite seriously, and they're worried about illegal hunters in the area. But I explain, I don't think this is illegal hunters. I really think this is odd because there's no blood or anything. They also agree that this is a particularly weird detail of my endeavour out here so far, and they say just keep a note on it, and I start to get ready for my last day. I feel happy now and more confident knowing that my time here is now limited, so I head out and start my final day. Things are pretty normal, and I almost feel like the air tastes different. Everything feels more peaceful, and the usual sounds and surroundings seem to be as they were. Everything seemed a little bit too quiet for the last couple of days, and I honestly forget about what had happened. I make my way up one of my trails, and everything's lovely here. The trees are ones that I can see quite far along, and there's parts of them slowly falling down, and lots of plants are in blossom, and everything being in bloom makes it look so much nicer. The first weird thing I did see was a big spider on some parts of wood that I had to investigate and inspect, but it didn't jump on me, which is always a good thing, and it kept its distance, so I was happy. Now, I get towards the end of my day, and I'm feeling good. You know what I mentioned earlier about wanting to forget about all of the worries and stresses? That comes, and I have a really beautiful peace of mind moment where nothing bothers me. All of the stresses are gone, and I feel really happy out here. Now, I actually start to feel a little bit sad knowing that my adventure's soon going to be over, and I have to return back to the normal parts of my job. The aspect of being out here in the cabin away from everyone and everything doesn't come too often, so I take a few moments to try and appreciate it more. And the sun begins to set, and I head in now. I've completed my tenure here, and it's time for me to return in the morning. I start packing out all of my things so I can leave quickly, and I head off to bed. Now I didn't fall asleep quickly and start doing another crossword. I actually think of trying to develop my own, then realise how boring I am, and eventually fall asleep. And I'm awoken. I hear the sound of knocking on the door. I say I'm gonna come, give me one moment, and start to find my things. They persist so, and I say louder, I'm coming, just give me a moment. It seems to go on constantly though, which I think is pretty weird. And it suddenly dawns on me, nobody's coming to relieve me. It's pretty late in the night time, and something's off. I get up, look out the window and can't see anybody. Still in a dazed state, I go outside and look around. And I think I can see somebody, but I'm not too sure. I presume that it's one of the other rangers there, and I say, hey, I'm gonna sleep a bit longer. Let me just go to bed. And I go back in and fall asleep quite quickly. Now I'm woken up about 2 or 3 hours later by the same knocking. This time, my conscious brain slips in, and something doesn't add up. I realise nobody should be out here but me, and why would they be waking me up so early in the morning? I realise that was not a ranger who I thought I saw. I get up quickly, and the knock-in this time really haunts me. I still have my clothes on from before, so I don't need to get changed at all, and I slowly peer out the window. As I do, I notice a deer standing up on its hind legs staring straight back at me. It doesn't look like a normal deer though. It looks terrifying and menacing, like something I've never seen before. No animal that I've known has ever been able to do this before in my life, so what on earth am I staring at? I then let out a gasp, and this thing runs on all fours. It runs into the forest and kind of takes on almost a human shape, and eventually gets off into the distance. I was stark glued to that window staring for probably over an hour, trying to see if it come back, and daylight now breaks. There's nothing there. It's just me alone in the woods. I think that I might have went into a state of shock after that, and I grab the things that I need, and I start slowly making my way out towards where the back of the cabin is. I have to put something away, and as I'm doing so, I hear my name, Mike. Mikey, come here. Look, I need to show you something. It sounds just like the other ranger who I've been communicating through on the radio with. I say hello, then go to stop myself. This can't be Mikey. I then go back in and I radio in for Mikey, who answers. I say, oh, nothing, and I'm coming back soon, and he says, see you in a bit. I think maybe he was talking on the radio and I somehow left it on. I then go back out and start making my way through the forest. But then I hear it again. Help, please help. Mikey, I'm hurt, you've got to help me. That's when I realised something was way off. He wasn't out here in the woods. In fact, it's not physically possible he could have reached me here in this time. I then start to walk very quickly, and the voice, it goes away, but then it returns again, seeming to follow me. But this does not sound like a person though. It sounded like something trying to be a person. There were breaks in its voice, and it just sounded off, where it would go deeper every so often. Mike, come here, please, I beg you. Followed by crying. The crying sounds followed me for probably another 7 minutes, until eventually I get further and further away from them, and I only hear weeping and the odd Mikey, sounding more and more desperate. I know for 100% fact it was not my buddy out there. This was something far worse and menacing. The relief I feel when I see my truck is something I can't describe. I throw everything in the back and slam the door. I don't know why I slammed it so loud. I think it was to let whatever was out there know that I was in safety now. And I start up and I make my way back. I eventually get back and I remembered the entire drive just feeling very weird, almost like I wasn't in my own body. I get into the station, and guess what? My buddy's there. He was apparently calling out for me desperately in the woods. I say, "Hey, were you out there in the woods?" And one of the other rangers looks at me weird. I say, "I heard your voice in the woods calling out for me, but it wasn't you." I then start saying more of what happened, and one of the rangers, who's a bit older, looks at me and says, "Yeah, you encountered a skinwalker." I look at him like he's crazy, but he says, "They imitate voices." And for some reason I suddenly remembered the other detail, the weird looking deer thing I'd seen. I explained that I was very delirious and very tired and that I don't think it was anything, but he then explains that apparently this is exactly what they're supposed to look like. I then tell them that I'm never going back there again and that there were skulls out there that have to be investigated. He then says that he's going to send a few of the boys out there in a couple of weeks to figure it out. I say, "Weeks? Are you crazy?" I say, "They're going to be gone by then." He says, "No, I'm not risking it," and looks very serious at me again. Now, it turns out that an investigation went out there to find the skulls, and you know what? They could never find a thing. Apparently some of the other rangers, when they're out there, heard other voices of who they thought were other rangers, even being myself, but apparently nobody was out there. Apparently the voices actually went on for the following months before it wasn't heard again for the next 8 years, and eventually I left. Now, I don't want to jump to the conclusion what I encountered was a skinwalker, but from how they described it and what I saw, I don't know what else it could have possibly been. Now, it's not very usual for me to go on solo hiking day trips. For context, I'm a 31-year-old female. I frequently visit the nearby provincial parks, Canadian here, that are generally well used. I rarely end on a hike not seeing at least 1 or 2 people. I grew up going on camping and hiking trips and feel very comfortable out in nature. I always inform people where I'm going to and when I'll be back. I think it's always important for safety. Now, one day last year, I was going stir crazy, so I took myself out to a popular nature educational centre. A bunch of trails stem from this one spot. They're not long trails, but all interconnected, so it's easy to create your own distance. Now, it was midweek, so I wasn't expecting to encounter many people. Maybe a school group at most. I grab my backpack, lock the car and head out. It was a beautiful sunny day, mid-autumn, so it's a little chilly out. I listen to the sounds of nature surrounding me. Some squirrels, birds, even a deer crosses my trail at one point. Now, I was sticking with the main trail, which had educational signs identifying the different types of plants that you can see. I'd even been trying to teach myself how to identify trees on site, so this path was the best. I made my way up the first hill and made my way down the path to where it takes a sharp turn right. Up ahead, I caught sight of a man wearing a dark blue jacket. Strange, I hadn't seen any signs of the person or even heard them, but whatever. Naturally, I'm comforted seeing somebody else, but this time my gut instinct isn't happy. I made a note of the way the person went and continue along now. Blue Jacket had taken the path I wanted to create a longer hike. I would have been a lot more secluded and less travelled actually, if I'd went there, so for once I tried to be smart. I listened to my gut and followed the main route back to my car, kept it short and safe. I still had about 2 kilometers to get back to the parking lot. Clouds decided that they want to skirt across the sky, making the woods a little dull and ominous. I keep looking over my shoulder feeling unsettled. The trees casting finger-like shadows did not help calm my imagination down at all. One of my favourite spots on this trail actually has a few huge boulder/rock formations right in the middle of it that you had to go around. Really neat for photos and climbing for a normal day, but today this fills me with even more dread. I couldn't pinpoint why at first until I noticed some scuffs around the base of the rocks going the wrong way around. It's really obvious on the trail which way you need to go, to the left. Now, these marks were wrong. It's like somebody walked around the rocks and dragged their feet behind them. An animal? Maybe. I couldn't figure it out. I wanted to turn around and go back the way I came, but that would have added 4 kilometers to getting back to the car. I stuck close to the far side of the real path, keeping an eye on the rock formations as I made it to the other side of the rocks. I caught sight of some blue fabric, the same blue jacket I saw earlier. The person moved as if ducking between some of the rocks and avoiding being seen. For the blue jacket man to reach the rocks before me, he had to have either cut his own path through the woods or sprinted through them, and that's about 5 or 6 kilometers of trail. I don't like the thought of either option, as I don't know this person and didn't want to know them now. Maybe he was taking a leak. Yeah, I'll go with that. I picked up my pace and dug out my phone, texting my usual hiking friend the details in case I go missing. I glanced behind me again. While the rocks were still in sight, I can see the man there staring at me. I ran the rest of the way back to my car, hopped in and immediately locked the doors. Curiously, there wasn't a single other vehicle in the parking lot area or on the nearby road. This place was nowhere near any small towns, so I have no clue where Mr. Blue Jacket came from. I took a couple of minutes to sort myself out in the car. As I pulled out to leave, I have a look at the trailhead, and what do you know, I can see that blue jacket on the signpost I've just passed with nobody nearby. I was so spooked by the encounter that I actually refused to ever go hiking alone. It could have all been a misunderstanding, but I feel like I was lucky to get out of there safely. Now the location is a mid-sized city located roughly 2.5 hours southwest of Chicago. The town sits right on the Mississippi River, bordering the state of Iowa. The lady in the woods was sighted at a small park, smack dab in the middle of the town. The park is surrounded by roughly 4 to 5 acres of timber. Sometime in roughly 1993 and 94 was the first time I heard about the lady in the woods. Now I was in the 5th grade, hanging out with some other boys on the grade school grounds. This isn't your typical ghost story, I guess, in some ways, but it might be in others. Amel Park. Our actual local hangout's just a block away. A child went missing after the sighting of a ghost. More specifically, the ghost of a woman dressed in all white. They didn't know the name of the child, but claimed it happened in 1987. Another boy chimed in. There was also an adult who went missing the night after a sighting of the same ghost a few years later. In both cases, the sightings happened after the park closed, well after midnight. The park is nestled between 2 neighborhoods, and even have had different reports of people moving out of their homes after seeing the woman through the woods. There were other stories I heard in the years after that incident, including witchcraft, Satan worshipping, kidnapping, murder, and the occult. The story gained momentum when, after another boy in our class, a few months later, found a pentagram strayed on a tree near the park. We actually rode our bikes to see it. It was there, crudely painted like it was in a hurry. This was one of those things where there was no real way of knowing if the pentagram was part of the story, or because of the story. When you're in the 5th grade, you rarely stop to see these things. You only see what's in front of you, but what I was seeing was certainly creepy. May 1995, a friend of ours named Michael lived only a block away from Mel Park. His parents decided to allow him to have a sleepover for his birthday party. He invited 10 of us to stay the night. Now, just doing what boys do, that night, you can imagine where this thing headed. Michael knew all the Mel Park ghost stories. He lived closest out of all of us, and had a neighbour who gave him all kinds of crazy information. He says a lot of the stories that we've heard already and added a few new ones. After some time, as the clock made its way nearer 1 AM, it finally stopped. One of the boys suggested we sneak out, see if we could find this ghost lady, and that's exactly what we did. We made it outside, quiet enough, and make our way to Mel Park. Once we made it to Mel Park, we broke into groups. A few walked on the overgrown Little League basketball field, a few headed towards the playground equipment. Myself and another stayed in the parking lot nearest to Michael's home. Yeah, we're the skittish ones. I wish I could give you all kinds of cool details about it, but it's not that cool, especially because we kind of walked around looking, waiting. Really, we'd only been there for about 10 or 15 minutes when it happened. I kid you not. Just like the story, within minutes of us showing up, it was like a Lifetime movie. There she was, in the woods to my north. I see what looks to be a pale white woman, white hair, white flowing clothes and white pants in the night. She looks like she's glowing. It was literally the perfect example of what you'd think of as a ghost. I'd never been so scared in my entire life. To this day, it was the most terrifying moment I've ever been in. Everyone saw her, all 10 of us, and we stuck out like a sore thumb, and I suppose she did. We jetted. I mean, we ran faster than any of us ever had before. All of us completely silent, moving at our fastest rate towards Michael's home and safety. I could embellish here and tell you she chases after us, or even made a move towards us. I can make out like her head split in half and bees come flying out of it, but none of that happened. In fact, she was just facing a completely different way. I don't believe the ghost lady even knew we were there. She looked as if she would simply be peering deeper into the woods, as opposed to just staring at us. Now, the frightened boys we are, we ran away, terrified. Now, that was that. We made it back to safety, and we spent the rest of the night being really worried that the ghost lady's going to show up and take us. She never showed up. We returned to school, and the Lady of the Woods becomes a legend. All of us shared the story. All of us back up each other. We even tell our teachers, who politely listened and then changes the subject. It was the coolest, most terrifying thing that ever happened to us in our young lives then. We had the best campfire ghost story in history. Now time passes, as it always does. We move on from grade school to junior high, then graduating high school. Once we get a little older, the story took a back seat to girls and just living life. I wouldn't say the story died. Now, I know we spoke of it in passing. I know the story continued on in grade school, at least for a short while after we left it. One of the 10 boys from the birthday party unfortunately passed away, and it took everything in me not to blame the story on the situation. We then move on to college. I lose touch with all but one of the 10, though I have a few on Facebook. Now in 2010, after coming home from college and struggling to find my way in life and finally start to get my act together, I find a full-time job, married my now wife, get a dog, even a couple of children. Eventually, we purchased our first home, which so happens to be just blocks away from my childhood home. I end up in a tiny little house, 2 streets over from Mel Park. After those floating years, I end up back where it all started. On my day off, I walk my dog in the very park where the lady in the woods almost scared me to death. This is where you really start to question yourself and your senses. At 27 years old, I would stare at the location where I saw that lady glowing from all those years prior and try and make sense of it all. Now, older and wiser, you spend a lot more time trying to fill things out rather than just reacting. So how in the world did I see a ghost in the 6th grade with 9 other people, all of who saw the same thing? I know it wasn't a dream. How could we be dreaming collectively? I know it wasn't imagination. It was really there. What I saw was real. And your brain has a kind of funny way of making things fuzzy. It's hard to explain, but you start to question everything. You know it's real, but you know it's not. The sentence shouldn't be, but that's just how my mind would react to the situation. It was really something that I wrestled with a bit, just trying to figure it all out. Now in the summer of 2012, there I am, another walk with my dog, coming up to the side of the timber where I saw the lady in the woods all those years ago. I'm thinking of her again. I'm thinking of my childhood friends. I'm wondering if they ever think of the moment how I did. The thought passes as I move along a path that leads me out of the park. In front of me, a large trailer hooked up to a pickup sits in the driveway nearest the park's wooded area. There is a middle-aged man moving something into the trailer as I approach. I say hello, and he swings me a hello back. I then decide to sit and do some small talk, asking him if he's moving. The man responds that he's just recently sold his home, and I find that quite interesting. It was his parents' house, and it was sold to a young couple. Closing was coming up shortly. I mentioned a few other things, and I start to head off, but I stop. But that ghost story was on my mind. I decide to ask the man if he knows about the ghost story. Why I did it is beyond me, but something definitely made me bring it up in the conversation. But this house was the closest one to the sighting, and I just needed confirmation that somebody knew the story existed how I did. I don't remember exactly what I said, but basically said to him, "Have you ever heard the ghost stories?" I'll never, in my remaining years, forget what happened next. The man looks me directly in the eyes and smiles, saying, "Yeah, I've heard plenty." I'm actually relieved he had, because I didn't actually think that he would have a clue what I was talking about. I then proceed to give the shortened version of the story, and he listens, and I could tell very interestedly so. When finished, he takes a couple of moments to respond. I used to live in the house before the park was built. My parents have raised me here, moved out in 83 or 84, and my parents have been here ever since. My dad passed away in 91, and it was just my mum after that. I saw the ghost you saw, that was my mum. I looked at him confused. He then continues, his mum had some medical issues that started in the mid-80s and continued all the way up until she passed away that spring. The medicine they had her on would cause her to sleepwalk. I can't even count the amount of times I received calls in the middle of the night from the police department advising me that they had found my mum wandering into the park. I was told recently one of my neighbours moved out because they're tired of the commotion. My sister lives in Texas. I could never get it through to her head that my mum needed to move into assisted living, so this goes on for years. I found out from some friends that she had become a ghost story to the park. You see, my mum had a favourite robe that was all white she would sleep in, and she also had some pearl silk pyjamas. Everything was white. She even had white gloves that she would put on time to time. Now you could only imagine what that looks like in the middle of the night. The lamp there over the playground would light her up like a Christmas tree, so it was never hard for the police to locate her. So you see, the ghost you saw was actually my mum sleepwalking. I probably even got the call that night. So I'm speechless. The lady in the woods was actually a real person, and it wasn't a dream. It was someone suffering from something, wandering through the woods at night. I only wish I knew more. I never saw the guy again. A new couple moved in, probably oblivious to what had happened there. The other night, my sister and I were riding to our friends in our golf cart. She was driving. I was on the passenger seat, and as we neared a stretch of the woods, I looked over to the woods. Now in my mind, I assumed that I saw a deer. Yet this wasn't a deer. Now I literally start screaming, out of fear without realizing, as something on all fours that looked like a human ran into the woods. This thing was white and looked like a human running on all fours, but much faster and not human, if that makes sense. Later that night, we were parked by our friends, and I believe something was watching us, as we kept hearing sticks snapping and cracking from the woods. I felt weirded out. Well, once again, it's not the end. Today I drove my car in the woods, right in the same spot where this creature began to run/crawl, and there was a balloon floating there. Now, I've always been interested in paranormal and unexplained ever since I was a young kid, having an experience which I now believe to be a black-tie kid, but that's for another day. This story takes place when I was 15 or so in the middle of Tennessee. Now back then, I was going through my edgy phase as we all do, and I thought it would be cool to go into the woods alone to blow off steam and whatnot. I spent a lot of time with my grandma as my dad worked 6 days a week and didn't feel comfortable leaving me home alone since we lived in a kind of sketchy area, whereas my grandma lived in a relatively nicer area. She owns a few good acres of land, and if you go far enough into the woods, there's this beautiful waterfall that leads to an underground spring. Now one day I was going back there trekking the land that I knew like the back of my hand, enjoying the peacefulness the wilderness has to offer. After going uphill for a bit, when it starts downhill, there's this clearing that will take you straight to the waterfall. Watching my feet as I walk, I always am very cautious as to not step on a copperhead. Now, I came down the hill to a clearing, and right at the bottom of the hill something unusual caught my eye. It took a second to realise what I was staring at, but I was staring at the skeleton of a deer, freshly killed. Now normally, I wouldn't think much of it, but something felt off. There was no rotten skin or signs of flesh anywhere. These bones still had blood on them, but no sign of skin or anything. My young teenage mind tries to process this, and I couldn't think of any predator that lived in the area that could strip kill a deer like that, and no hunter would dump the bones on the ground because this isn't an area where hunters are allowed to hunt. That moment I realised something's very wrong, and this sense of impending doom washes over me. My fight or flight kicked in. It felt like the trees and everything around me was moving, shaking like something fast was coming towards me. I took off as fast as I could, not looking behind me, but I could sense that something was chasing after me. I heard things snap behind me, and other sounds. I don't ever think I ran so fast in my life, and once I was out of the clearing, of the woods and back in my grandma's yard, a feeling of safety washes over me. I don't know what was in those woods, but needless to say, I didn't hike back there alone ever again. Now my story takes place in North Italy back in 2014, early September. A friend of mine proposed me to make a short hike in the woods near his town, which I agreed. We prepared our backpacks, grabbed some food and drove to the place. My friend knows the area very well, so we don't actually bring a map. We don't actually have lights either because we were planning to go back before it was dark. Now, we go deep into the woods, and we saw beautiful spots, small rivers and a pair of caves which we explored. We had lunch, and proceeded to follow a trail in a deeply wooded area, and after around half an hour, we arrived at a pretty large clearance. In the clearance we see a bunch of people, around 4 or 5 normally dressed. They were simply talking and laughing, no satanic cults, no praying in the circle, just normal people, just like me and my friend talking to each other. They obviously saw us too, since the clearance had no trees or rocks to cover the view, so we can't avoid that. Since the trail then after took a deep curve, it immediately ends into a clearance proceeding to the other side of it. We said, approaching them, "Hey, what's up?" and they didn't answer and stare at us without a word. This obviously launches a huge red flag. We stop too, and I look at my friend, who looks at me concerned. We say, "Hey," no answers. I start to feel uneasy. We decided to go back to the car, but soon after we move back, we realise they're following us. As we noticed it, we yelled, "Why are you following us? Did we do something wrong?" I mean, we're pretty silly, and that's what we did in that situation and get no answer. We then proceeded to walk faster and tried to get out of the trail. Another pretty silly choice, but again, my friend knew the area well. But they were always around, maybe 15 meters of distance away. We start to panic, so we look again to each other and agree to get out of there quickly. As soon as we begin running, we heard that they start running too. This obviously made us freak out, and we made our best to put more distance between us and them. Now, again, another thing that made me panic is the fact that, as we said, we're around 40 minutes away from the car at this point and very isolated. At a certain point, we're about half the way back when we started noticing that they weren't behind us anymore. We thought maybe we've luckily managed to get them off our tracks. Now, the area is also heavily wooded with lots of slopes, so it's easy to get lost if you're not used to it. Plus, we took off on the trail, and my friend knew the way. We now hide behind a thick bush and tried to listen, and there's silence, not footsteps nor voices, so we took our breath and managed to return to the car, trying our best to be as silent as possible. We jump in the car and race out of there, but it doesn't end here. As soon as we left the woods on the main road, we saw coming from a secondary road a car behind us. They followed us again, and they've surely not lost our tracks while returning to the car. We were sure that they were the same people since, 1, they were basically tailgating us, and 2, the area is very rarely visited, and there's 0 cars except for this other one, and there's no plates. We drove to my friend's town, taking every country road. They did too. As we reached the town's ingress, they make a U-turn returning to the woods. We were terrified and called the police immediately. And as we do so, we informed them that the people were in the small town square as they approached us to check out the area, but no evidence actually come up of their activity. And annoyingly, the police actually never showed up in the following days, so we don't really know what had happened. I've done lots of different things in my time, and I've kind of lived lots of different lives, I guess you could say. I'm always one who's up for adventure and trying new things that are different and unique to me, and I find those very exciting. I have landed a current career which I'm in, and a job that I actually quite like. So is my wife too, which is great, but I didn't always do this job. I was talking to a new colleague at work, and we got talking about what kind of jobs we're doing before, and it really got me thinking. Yes, of when I was a park ranger, the reason that you're all here listening to this. Well, for a few years after finishing my school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and there was a program that would send me to a different state. Long story short, I ended up staying there and I actually really like it. I'm actually still here today. After a couple of years of being in the state, I ended up signing up to become a park ranger. I actually had a few jobs though at the same time to get more money. I wanted to save up enough to be able to go to college, and luckily I was able to eventually, which is my career I have now. But at the time it seemed like worlds away, and I actually become a waiter. I hadn't done it before and the pay was not the best, but the good thing is we got lots and lots of tips, and that was pretty cool. The problem with the job is that it's almost like if you did enough mistakes they would just get rid of you very quickly, but it was easy to do in a high-paced environment like this. Sometimes you literally couldn't even go to the bathroom, which I think was a bit ridiculous, but hey, it is what it is. I loved this job, and I really liked the environment. I remember when we'd wake up, there were some large animals like deers and things like that would always come up to where we were staying in the main facility. You actually had to be really careful of them sometimes, especially if it was their rut season when they were looking to reproduce, because the males would get very aggressive, and you had to be careful. The other problem too is tourists would always stop their cars and try and take pictures and stuff, but they were just kind of oblivious to the danger of it all. And yeah, it was actually really dangerous to be there, so You well and truly had to watch out. Now, I didn't mind though, but like I said, the job didn't pay that much money, but it was very close to my other job, which I absolutely loved, which was being the ranger. I found it good, but I almost feel like I was doing so much that I couldn't appreciate the things that I had around me. It's something I still have now, but it was almost like I was a spring compressed and I couldn't really appreciate everything for what it was. But as soon as I got out there doing my ranger job, I'd very quickly forget about the stresses of being a waiter, and that was good. I could also soon forget the fact that being a waiter wasn't a permanent thing. It was kind of like temporary for the time, and I knew that, just I couldn't convince my brain of it. So I head out on some of my normal patrols and everything's grand. There's lots of people out here that I actually become friends with, and I'd get some regulars there who would just hike the trails. It was a pretty cool place to go hiking if you ever get out to these kinds of places, and I'd really recommend it to people who haven't tried it yet. I remember though, there was some weird smell that none of us could seem to escape from. It was almost like sulphury, but kind of different, almost metallic at the same time. It's the kind of thing that was almost like sharp, and it would make your nose feel cold. It's pretty weird. I wasn't the first to discover it, but I wasn't the last, and I remember some other staff reported it too. Apparently this actually happened in other places and not far from the restaurant that I was waiting in. And I thought, you know what, this is a bit weird. I was quite paranoid and thinking too scientifically in the presumption that it was a dangerous chemical that we weren't supposed to smell but could, or something leaking from the ground. I was paranoid maybe it was radon gas, but I didn't realise that you couldn't actually smell that, and we're in the open air anyway. My scientific knowledge has come a long way since then. Now, eventually, the smells seemed to go away, and things seemed to return back to normal. I was finishing up one of my shifts doing the waiting, and I was washing some dishes, and I noticed something strange. Outside of the window, a bit further away, I could see some kind of faint glow. I don't really know how to describe it. It was almost like a reddy colour, but had more of a green tinge to it. At first I presume it's a fire, but it doesn't act like how a fire would. I don't know, it just felt a little bit different. It looked kind of weird, and a little bit creepy actually. I just convinced myself it was nothing. I finish up on my washing and go outside to see what it is, then I realise that it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of reflection or something that I didn't realise is there, so I just go back to what I was doing. I remember just thinking, God, I can't wait to just escape and let my mind settle. I was kind of aware of the compression spring thing that I was talking about earlier where I was doing too much, but I was kind of just going with it at the same time, but I knew I needed to get out of there and just have a few hours at least of peace just to clear this up. Now eventually, these smells do pick up again, and weirdly, somebody else reported seeing a strange light in these woods. Now, this particular colleague reported them differently, saying that it seemed to be coming as more of a green embery glow, almost like where a fire once was, or just when you get the embers before something like that's about to die. He said that he just had a weird feeling like something was off. It was like all of his adrenal glands were firing and he just didn't know why. He said the smell was accompanied by it too. So now, I'm pretty convinced that it's just something we should be careful of, but nothing too harmful. I was paranoid again it was radioactive, just because, like I said, not the best at science then. And I thought, well, why else would it be glowing? Or maybe it's some kind of chemical fire, I don't know. I thought somebody had been stupid and actually left something out there and not told us. Or maybe somebody was illegally burning trash or something. And yeah, that was what I went with and a lot of the team did. We were pretty sure people were burning some kind of plastic that they really shouldn't have been, and that would explain the weird characteristics of this light and its glow. Now the thing is, we couldn't find it. We searched for quite a long time, and my god, we get to know the area well, so If there was anything there that shouldn't have been, we would have picked it up, but we couldn't see anything. We even had some cops actually putting in a report that they thought somebody was out there, because they said they saw something strange. They described it as a couple of lights moving and then suddenly vanishing, describing it this time as a kind of purple colour with a green one, but the green remained throughout. I could probably link the colour more closely to almost like a neon kind of green, but it's hard to describe. Now, another strange characteristic of this is that one of my colleagues said that his eyes genuinely burnt when he saw this. He actually got the closest out of all of us to whatever this is. He said that he was probably about 50 feet away, and he couldn't look at it, almost like the way that you can't stare at the sun or bright reflections or things like that. But he said he felt enticed to, almost like everything went black around him and he just had that to stare at. I even noticed some vision problems too. I remembered after seeing this that I would look at a tree and it just looked like it was artificially placed there, almost like it had a stage light coming down onto it which wasn't there, and it just looked too high definition compared to the other trees. It was kind of trippy but pretty bizarre to pick up, and some of the other colleagues had the same thing too. Weirdly, it was also the same people who smelt whatever that was. Now, in a weird way, I actually began looking towards having my night shifts because, well, I'm going to encounter something pretty cool out here. At least that's what I was telling myself. The sense and urge to have adventure was still quite strong at this point in my life, so I'm up for it. Didn't have a wife then, didn't have a kid, and not many responsibilities, and the world was absolutely my oyster at this moment in time. Now, what to do other than chase this thing? Well, nothing. So I set out. I made a commitment to myself that if I actually saw this thing and can get within touching distance, then I'm going to be the first. If my eyes hurt, then yeah, it's time to stop and go back, but I was ready. And then nothing. For the next 2 weeks straight, absolutely nothing happened. I actually grow more and more tired of trying to hunt this thing. It's kind of like the perfect anticlimax where that your motivation is going on a negative correlation constantly spiraling down till you can't be bothered. And I couldn't be bothered. I was actually planning a trip to get away to Europe, and that starts to consume my thoughts and everything. And I decide that I'm going to think better if I'm not tired and decide to plan it more in the day. So now I'm out there less in the dark anyway. So I'm doing my usual rounds, just investigating something that I needed to, and just going out, doing what we do, when I notice it. There's almost like a burning on my neck. It kind of feels like I'm getting a sunburn, and the smell is come back. I turn around slowly, and I see it. Just for 1 second. Glowing almost too bright to be real, in a weird golden colour. Something is standing there raising its arms up to me. It doesn't really look like a person. It almost looks like it's wearing some kind of robes, but it doesn't have a head. I can describe them as white but with gold detailing around the side, but it looks very alien. Almost like something which has come from a very wealthy thing, but not like anything on earth, and something that's somehow spiritually higher than the rest of us. And then it vanished, almost like it was never there in the first place. I'm completely perplexed, trying to figure out what was that. I rubbed my eyes for a few seconds, and that's when I noticed something really strange. I can still see the silhouette of this thing burned into my eyes while they go back to normal. Okay, that's really odd, I think. Something was definitely off about this situation. I'm pretty sure my head isn't powerful enough for me to imagine that, and I wasn't even thinking of it. Last time I checked, I'd never seen anything like this, so what was I seeing? I look around, and there's almost like a mist that's formed. It's kind of like an extremely light fog, but I can see it everywhere. Again, it's not just my vision going weird, because I can clearly see that it's not in all areas. So what was it? I decided to head back now. I ended up finishing the rest of my tasks and I get into our base. I start talking during my lunch break and tell one of my colleagues about what happened. He said that he's seen something similar too. But what's more strange is that he said that he had seen this in a dream, which I think is really weird. I asked him to describe it and he's pretty much describing literally exactly what I'd seen too. Now that's pretty creepy, I think. Or is it something higher up? We start to discuss all kinds of possible things, guardian angels and God knows what else, but I'm a little shaken. And I eventually get back into my car and drive home and forget about it and start another shift at the restaurant. Now when I'm doing the dishes this time, I can't help but look out of the window, and for a second I'm sure I see a green flash of light and then nothing. Now again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but I try not to think of it too much. I convince myself that I've been going too hard, pushing to the absolute max, and this is what's happened. My body's just gotten tired. Maybe I was doing too much. Maybe 2 jobs at the same time is not the best for me. Maybe, just maybe, I can slow down for a bit and life will take its hand for me. But I can't do that. I have to keep pushing. But I have to find out what this thing is. It's really starting to bother me now. I wouldn't say I'm naturally an anxious person, but I was starting to feel a bit weird about everything. It almost felt like these strange occurrences were becoming all-consuming. Kind of like the people you get on the ghost TV shows when they say that the ghosts don't leave them, or poltergeist, or, you know, them things. I was getting a bit worried now because I thought, well, why can't I separate from work? Why am I thinking of this while I go to sleep? Why am I seeing it in my head so much? I felt like time was against me and I just needed to get to the bottom of it. So I continue onwards once more. I continue on to another shift, and just as I do so, as I'm handing over from the other guys, they say, "Hey, did you hear about what happened?" I say yeah and talk about a sports event that happened recently, but they're like, no, the light, that thing that you saw, somebody else saw it. I say, what do you mean? And apparently Raymond has seen the same thing as me. He's one of the other staff there. Apparently, he was out there doing his role when suddenly, there's a bright light behind him. He turns around to see a tall figure wearing some white coloured gown, but this time associated with a more green glow. Again, can't see its face. It's too bright where its face should be, and it vanishes within a second. Now, I was happy I wasn't the only one seeing this, but apparently my colleague had actually got really shaken up by this, and that's somebody who never seems to care about much of anything. Well, I think I really want to find out what this is now. All of us agreed to stay well back and call law enforcement because clearly, if we encounter this thing, it's something that we're definitely not trained to deal with and don't want to deal with in the first place. Now me on the other hand, I'm the adventurer. I want to be the cool one who can just go after things and not be scared. It's weird thinking back now on how my mind was at the time, but that was my mind, so if I've got to investigate, then I've got to investigate. So I set out, and I start doing my job. Now again, things are normal. The next 3 days, nothing really happens. The only thing that was a bit weird was the mist seemed to pick up again, but because of the weather, I'm not really sure whether it is naturally occurring or not, but it felt strange. Now, on the 4th night, however, just as the sun goes down, I head out and something feels different now. It almost felt too perfect. The forest was a little bit too quiet compared to normal and it kind of scares me. I don't know why, it just freaks me out. Something about it was just off. Now, as I set out, I almost have that feeling like when you're in a dream, You know when you get to that fatigue point where your brain's kind of shutting down but you're still going? It was kind of like that. And I'm met with the smell again. I'd genuinely forgotten about the smell for a long time, but here it is again, and it instantly wakes me up. The smell seems to be getting stronger and stronger as it goes deeper into the woods. Now this area that I'm in, you can't actually see much further around the bend because how the path twists. The trees are quite thick at this point in time, so you don't really have much time to react to things or people which will come up on the path or trail behind you. It's okay. Sometimes it's kind of comforting because you know it's the same for whatever else is out there. But this felt different this time. It kind of gives me an uneasy feeling like I need to know what's about to happen next. The smell is ever increasing to the point that I put my shirt over my nose and continue on like that. Luckily my undershirt's quite long so it reaches my nose easily. And I stop in my tracks as I can see a faint green glow. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I suddenly realise that it seems to be from in all directions now. I realise that I must be right on the trail with this thing, and I continue on until eventually it seems like the green light is fading now. I look around once more, but there's still nothing here for me. Again, but that's when I see it. It's almost blindingly bright. I can see a much brighter glow this time. It seems to be coming from a specific location now and getting brighter every second, and I pivot myself and I'm able to see it now. I'm met with something that's about 7 feet tall, almost appearing to have some kind of green robe on this time, mixed with white and gold, far too bright, and clothes which are flowing as though that they're stuck in the wind but there's no wind. The closer up towards whatever this thing's face is, the brighter it gets and the more my eyes hurt. It does this to the point that I can't make eye contact with whatever this is, if it does have eyes that is. I get this horribly overpowering feeling that whatever this is far too superior to me and can literally do whatever it wants to me, and I can only be here, left to face it. Now I don't know exactly how long that I was stood there for, but it gets to the point that I physically can't look at it, and I actually drop onto the ground trying to cover my eyes. It's so bright that I can actually see my bones through my fingers, and just some red around where my skin is, and suddenly there's darkness. I think I went blind for probably about 5 or so seconds because of how bright this thing was, until I'm able to actually see again. I then quickly get up and look around and everything's how it should be, just the smell, that awful smell is still there. I pick up quite a good pace and I start running out of there fleeing. Luckily I was only about 20 minutes away from the station, and I get there in about 5 minutes or so. I was flat out exhausted when I get back to the station. Nobody else is there and it's only me at this time. I very quickly write down everything that's happened, and I try my absolute best not to panic too much. Now, the more that I calm down, the more I can actually see what I'd seen in my head. For probably a millisecond I was finally able to see this thing clearly, and it seems to have horns with gold tips at the end and glowing eyes. I don't know what I'd seen, but it really terrified me. I ended up calling my best friend and describing what happened, and he said it might have been some kind of spirit that I encountered. I was very scared, and I actually radioed in to all colleagues in the surrounding areas to look out. Now what was really weird is I get a call to say that I've got to see my friend now. He doesn't say what's happened, but he says that I have to come quick, so yeah, that's exactly what I done. Now when I'm eventually able to make it over to him, that's when he tells me what he saw. He describes it as a tall figure, also with horns, kind of staring at him, and it was an incredibly bright thing and green coloured and glowing, and we both realised that what we saw was the exact same thing. Now, in this moment, I know that we have to keep going and doing our job, but we saw something really weird. We let everybody else aware of it, and we're hyper aware for what it could possibly be. Over the following weeks, there's fewer and fewer sightings of the glowing embers until eventually there's nothing. All these years later, I still have no idea what I saw to this day. I really hope that I don't ever have to see whatever that thing is again, because I don't think I'll be strong enough to stand to it this time. Now, 2 or 3 times a year we vacation in a cabin in the wilderness. Now me, my wife and our 3 younger children and 2 dogs go. I'm no stranger to the wild and have made a lot of multiple day and week solo trips in national parks and even in the Arctic Circle. Yesterday I went for a 10-mile solo hike. At the furthest point, and after 2 hours, I heard my children arguing, playing, crying and laughing, calling for me from the forest. I was totally alone, and my very first instinct was to run through the thick bush and trees to where the sound was coming from, but then I realized it couldn't have been my children, so I ignore it and walk on. I decided to walk back to the cabin. The whole family was there and never left. I know my children's sounds, and I swear it was them. Later I realized a combination of all sounds, like laughing, crying, playing, etc. made no sense. What was this experience, and what could I have possibly heard out there? This past spring, my husband and I went to the Asada National Park in Maine. There are tons of cabins to rent surrounding the historical town. Anyway, we rented a small cabin and had our dogs with us. We had been there for maybe 2 days without an issue. I found a private side road for a few hundred feet stroll from a cabin that led to somewhere newer with nicer houses. Now, I even saw a woman putting her elementary age children in her Subaru. I felt perfectly fine on that quarter-mile track. I chose to walk my dog down that road because the cabin was along a highway and it ended back up against the thick woods. The first 2 days I walked my dog and down that road, I didn't have any issues. The 3rd day, however, I was walking in the morning and got a weird feeling. I felt like I needed to turn back, so I did. My dog at that moment started to whine in a way that I've never heard her before or since. She looked into the woods while yiping, so I decided to book it to the cabin. Now there's 2 dirt paths that led to this road. I only took the one near the cabin and not the other one near the barn to the property we're staying at. I got to the cabin and let my hubby know what happened. He got this look on his face, and then he told me the night before we walked our dogs towards the barn and taken the nearby footpath. On one side of the trees was what appeared to be animal skulls, empty bottles, candles, and other things arranged in a circle on a stump. He gets a terrible feeling and retreats. Now my hubby's in the military and's actually been to war, so doesn't get scared easily, and that scared him. Now it was further freaking us out because I realised that when we got the bad feeling near the barn, my dog was on edge too, and so was I. I was very happy that we're on our way out shortly thereafter. Now, some 20-something years ago, I was reconnected with a family member. Said family lived up way in the hills of North Carolina and had given me directions to his house. I was driving my vehicle and my sister was in hers following behind. We each had CB radios so could communicate on the way. We were driving and I look to what I thought was the road connecting to the dirt road. It immediately climbs up a steep incline. Now we slowly make our way up around this road and it comes out to a dead end. At the dead end is an old rundown house with a huge front porch. On the porch was a plethora of things such as old ironing boards against the windows, crafts of soda pop, and a few bags of things. An older gentleman was sitting in the rocker and he had a long rifle sitting across his lap. To his left, I assume, is his wife, and she had one of those old-timely wash tubs at her feet, washing clothes. There's also several kids running around barefoot. Now, they had stopped when we pulled up to the house, and of course, there were several dogs laying around. Every one of them just stopped and started staring at us. I slowly rolled the window down and said, "Excuse me, sir, I think we took a wrong turn." Slowly rocking in his chair, he holds his rifle and says yes, and starts to stand up. I pick up my CB mic and tell my sister to back up now, and we back up all the way to the highway. It was by far the most surreal thing that's ever happened to me. So out of all the creepy things I've encountered wandering around the woods, now I live in a pretty wooded area and would just walk around all the time at day and night. This is one thing that's a bit unique. Now, there was this nature reserve that I used to walk around with an old friend. It was between his house and where my dad lived, but for a long time we didn't know how to get there other than through the woods behind my friend's house, and then through this lonely fishing club place, down a trail onto a road, down a road, onto another trail into a nature reserve. One night, on one of our many secret late night walks, he and I and my sister were out there at like 2 a.m. This is after a big storm and we're pretty creeped out and high strung as we hadn't been out there the night before and had recently had a pretty unsettling experience. We lost the trail multiple times, and that only fuels the anxiety. The turning point was the last time we lost the trail. Just before we turned around, we see not far off, down the way, had been a guy, maybe a teenager, sitting on a stump, just looking at us, dressed weirdly, like fancy. We turned back the way that we're supposed to be going, and he said nothing, just staring at us. We had plenty of rationalizations, and tried to put it out of our minds. After all, we're prone to sneaking out at night. But needless to say, we're all on edge. Now, we weren't used to seeing people out there. We decided to head back to the road, but not back to where we'd seen that person there, and our fear keeps growing. At this point, out of fear, I think we were fueling each other. It was another one of the times that I felt real fear and saw it in my body. A lot of the time we get somebody there and it creeps us out, but we don't really feel fear like this. Something was definitely happening. We're trying to rationalize who was there and why, but we can't make sense of it. I'd be lying if we weren't terrified in that moment. We then start hearing these horrifying croaking yells and we all freeze and look around. We then see a largest waterfowl on the pond next to us. It was pretty late though, and it did calm us figuring out what it was. And then the big whoop happened. We got to the area that we normally go to, and we can't find it, it's just branches and bushes. We're already frantic, and we're actually rather scared then, and looking over our shoulders. We then cut through a bush, trying to get to where the trail is, and then the scream. Guts. It was my buddy, he's flipping out. The guts are across the path. We had gotten to where he wanted to be, but there's a glistening red strip hanging across the trail. It was caution tape, and the reason we didn't go on the trail any further. It looked like somebody's flesh was strung out there, it was so weird. Now after that, we eventually have an uneventful walk home, but it's really weird. It's almost like in that particular moment, we stepped into a different time. Who was that person waiting out there? Why was he dressed up so fancily, and what on earth was laying on that path? I work for a university as a field biologist and have recently been contracted out by the National Forest Service. My first assignment has been in a district of a national forest. Now my first assignment has come and I basically have GPS coordinates where that I have to drive or hike to a designated spot and do what they need me to. This could be setting up on the trail, setting up trail cameras, or monitoring equipment, trail surveys, and so on. No big deal. I thought it odd that they specifically requested I place the cameras only 3 feet off the ground, and some of the infrared cameras in trees at specific heights. Some of the locations are on designated trails, but some are way off in places that humans never go. Sometimes there isn't a hotel or lodging close enough, and the Forest Service has outfitted me with some pretty dank camping gear on the occasions I might have to camp. I'm an experienced hiker and camper, and have spent many nights alone out in the field due to my career choice. I'm a 5'6" female, about 130 pounds, but not really afraid of anything. Again, the Forest Service has outfitted me well, and I actually wear an emergency beacon that will send my location to every law enforcement in the local area in no time. So I've been assigned to the district for a few months now. I'm really enjoying my work. VW is a very remote and unspoiled place, and that's why I do what I do. I get to see things that most people don't, and I've had so many positive and almost spiritual moments here. Up until a few nights ago, I was working up near Spruce Knob, which is the highest point of VW, and a complex system of trails, wilderness areas, and camping, etc. It has always been snowing and somewhat icy with storms, and I was camping up there to complete my work while the conditions are rough, but I was almost enjoying it. My first night in the woods was very peaceful. I made dinner, set up camp and drank some whiskey, and then I snuggled down in my sleeping bag and slept like a rock. It was very cold, but I wear turtle fur face mask thing and I don't really feel the cold. I woke up at dawn and went about building my fire and starting some coffee, and I suddenly noticed all this churned up snow around my campsite. Not tracks like churned up snow, like something was kicking it around. I think this is weird and whatever. I had a 15-mile hike to set some cameras and didn't have time to wonder about it. I set off my hike, did what I do, and start to camp back. I never wear earbuds or anything because hearing is one of the most important senses in the wilderness. I really want to be able to hear animals or people before they see me. Now it was already getting past dark when I made it back to the camp. I was too tired to do anything except strip down to my base layer and go sleeping and pass out. Around 2 AM though, I wake up because I hear people talking. I was about 30 miles up a gravel road when I locked with Forest Service gates, and about 10 miles from where my truck is, I can hear voices and I completely lose it. I have a firearm and quietly retrieve it from my pack in my sleeping bag and cock it, waiting. I was on high alert, all my senses are going wild, but eventually the voices fade and I can't hear them anymore, but I never went back to sleep. At daytime, I emerged from my tent, churned up with snow, and my 2 trail cameras hanging from a tree about 5 feet from my tent. Cams I'd placed 15 miles from my campsite. I packed up my stuff as fast as I can and hauled back to my truck. Along the way, I saw a lot of human boot tracks all around my campsite. When I reached my truck, I discovered it had been broken and my computer and equipment had gone. I am currently in a luxury log cabin of some sort, too scared to retrieve my other equipment. There's no way that I'm gonna go back. Who on earth was out there, and how on earth did they know how to find me? For about 2 years, I worked as an instructor at a therapeutic wilderness program in Western NC. I was in charge of at-risk youth, and my job included all responsibilities and nuances associated with such. Shifts ran 16 days straight, on the clock 24/7 of that time, and all spent backpacking. Most of this takes place in a national forest. Now here are some creepy things that happened to me and my group out there. Now first, without delivering too much into the programming and wilderness therapy in general, I do have to explain certain aspects of the job, so bear with me. Because none of these kids are voluntary in the program, they are a flight risk. To minimize the success of potential runaways, staff are required to sleep under an open tarp between the doors of tents. Often our setup looks like two tents facing under a large A-frame tarp with staff between. Now another thing is called boot line. The kids' boots stay lined up under the tent at night, hard to run in camp crocs. Anyhow, this boot line is visible from under the sleeping tarp. So this particular night, we were camping in some of the most far-flung areas that the program goes to. We simply referred to it as Parkway Expo, because our expedition often began while dropping off along the Blue Ridge Parkway and hiking into the rugged wilderness which surrounds it. Now, it's a spot called Wet Camp Gap. From the sleeping tarp, I can see boot lines across the camp in my direction. It's my job to wake up every couple of hours for silent head counts. I wake up and it's 3 AM and check and turn on my red filter on my headlamp. I have a weird feeling. I first scan the boot line and something isn't right. 13 pairs of boots. Takes some time to register. Now usually when something doesn't feel right, there's a pair or two missing and a kid or two gone. Now there's only 12 kids. At the end of the boot line, there's a pair of tall men's hunting boots. Staff boots aren't kept there. As this dawns on me in my sleepy haze, I snap into reality. I sit up and switch on my white light. It casts light across the camp, and the second light fell onto the hunting boots. The man who'd been standing in them the whole time suddenly turned up and walked off into the brush. That was a moment of sheer terror as I jump after him. He was long gone though, however, by the time I wiggled out of my sleeping bag. The following day, we were packing up and making breakfast when a group of 3 men walked through the field we're in. The trail runs right through it, so it's not unusual, but they come out of the woods from a strange angle perpendicular to the trail. I was over in the far corner of the camp with one of the co-instructors doing a daily briefing when they entered from just a few yards away, all armed, and I recognized one's boots immediately. Gave us a little scare, I said, and one said blankly, "You guys alright? You lost?" And there's no response. "Here, let me show you my map." It's already in my hand. I get up from the stump and I approach them. The trio suddenly turns and walks across the clearing out of view. I was glad that we're moving the opposite way and only had one more night until the pickup. The final night we're all asleep around 2 AM or so, and the night is broke by a blood-curdling scream. It's my female co-instructor. She's frantically running her fingers through her hair, completely inconsolable. I get to her, away from the group, and calm her down. She says that she woke up to what she assumed was a spider or mouse in her hair. She turned around and was greeted by someone in night vision goggles. He'd gotten almost a full braid in before she woke up, and he's fled. We never saw any more of them, but she never came back from another shift either, the poor thing. A few weeks later, local S&R found a woman had gone missing nearby. She had been accosted by a man and tied to a tree and left there. He was luckily found alive a few days later, still stuck there. Now for the next story. Panther Town Valley is a special hiking and camping area within the larger national forest, entirely different group. Now we were camped down on the valley floor in a pine forest from Salt Rock. This stand of trees is particularly creepy simply because it's cold and dark even on sunny days, but nights are plain eerie there. It's getting towards bedtime at 9 PM and we're gathering around the fire having a nightly circle. The quiet evening ritual is broken by a huge crash. It's in the direction of our bear hang where all of our food is suspended from a tree out of the reach of raccoons and bears. We're all booted up and run over. The bags are lying on the ground, but no animals are in sight. Had the rope snapped? No. I joke at my friends' expense about the shoddy knot work. They re-secure the setup and we return into bed, and bam, the bags have fallen once again. Now I'm not mad. I didn't like waking up to re-hang them because of a second botched knot. I wake up the boys, and they swear they tied it right, didn't matter. We redo it again anyway. Everybody's boots are hung up again, and this time I tie the knot. I mid-lecture on how to do this, and suddenly the fire goes out and we disappear into the darkness. It wasn't raining, somebody just doused out the fire and now we hear footsteps. They're coming from behind us. We grab the food bags and run back to the tents and nobody's there. Footsteps are all around us in the woods, branches being broken off the trees somewhere. This went on until at least 4 AM. The next morning, the only evidence was a plethora of freshly broken off pine branches and half-charred baby dolls hanging from the ropes in the ground around us. Next, my second winter there, I was with a group at a primitive base camp, basically a collection of different yurt camps on the ground of an old Christian camp. It basically just snowed that evening and there was a fresh layer of blanket on the campground. Now at around 1 AM, a student woke me up to go pee. I was required to stay awake until he comes back. He did his duty, then returned to the yurt. "There's somebody out there," he whispered, nonchalantly. "Huh?" I said. "I saw a guy up by the fire pit just now. Dude in a flannel shirt just standing there." I got up and looked out the yurt window and nothing. I figured it's probably just him in his head. We go back to sleep. About an hour later, I have to pee too, so I get up, slip my camp shoes on and walk outside the yurt. Upon returning, I glance up by the fire pit and see a man standing there in the moonlight looking at me. I could see the plaid pattern on the flannel, it was so bright. I immediately go for my brand new high-powered hand light and cast 900 looms at him, but he vanishes just before the beam could get to him, just gone. I woke up a co-instructor and we search the camp and make sure another group doesn't have a run-in or anything similar. Even more unsettling is there aren't any footprints, so I don't understand where he gone. Lastly, one story I have from that job that still bothers me, I was reminded of recently. I was leading an expedition over Devil's Elbow from our main base camp into Panthertown Valley. We decided to spend a day on a nearby detour to some waterfalls. Now we've seen 2 so far, and we're looking for a third one. We were struggling through a thicket of blares and brambles when suddenly everything clears. There's no trees, no bushes, no blares, only an overgrown grassy clearing. Deep in the middle of the woods, we find a rusted old Ferris wheel. It wasn't huge, probably 30 feet high, and maybe built for children, but there was nothing around it. We all stood there in silence, unsure of exactly how to process it. There's no reason for it to be there. Somebody at some point probably hauled it there and assembled it, but why? Now, I still wake up in cold sweats over this. I was backpacking through a national park in NC with my dog. Just the 2 of us, and we're exploring the woods around a little lost cove. Open orienteering style, so we're not on well-established trails. We'd been hiking throughout the day following a creek, and towards the evening, I noticed that my dog is acting abnormally. She was very much caught in the scent of something and wouldn't ease up. This continued for about 2 hours before we made camp. That night in camp, she remained on edge and stared off into the wood line. I went about camp business as usual, and then around midnight, I got this prickle like I'm being watched intently. I let the feeling ride for a little bit, and kept tinkering with the fire, and then I heard the brush rustle. I got up from the fire and shone my flashlight up in the hillside. A figure on all fours manages to escape the beam, all but the towel. It was a towel that I knew was not supposed to exist in the southern Appalachians. I cast my light again across the hillside. This time I do catch his eyes, 2 glowing yellow orbs, just watching and waiting. At this point, I get into a fury, grab my tomahawk, and charge up the hill after the beast, screaming, cursing all the while. The watcher ran off, but neither I nor the dog slept that night. The following morning we left camp at first light and began hiking up the mountain to the ridgeline which would lead us out. Atop the ridgeline, in the fresh mud, were a series of tracks left by an animal that officially no longer existed in the eastern US, the catamount tracks. They commonly go by cougars in the east, but we've been stalked by mountain lions and it isn't the same. Those tracks ran across the ridge, revealing that it had been watching and stalking us from the previous day as we hiked from below. They aren't bobcat tracks, I know that. They were too big, and those eyes I saw were too. I truly believe that if my dog hadn't given me red flags, I would have been mauled that night. It still remains the most scary experience which ever happened to me personally. This happened about 20 years ago when I was a junior in high school in southern Louisiana. At this time, a few friends and I would go out canoeing on the weekends. One of our friends lived right next to a local river, and we would park a car at a landing several miles downstream from his property, and then would drive back to his house and canoe back down to the landing. It would usually take us a few hours because we would take our time, take breaks to swim or stop or eat on the riverbank or beaches along the way. On this particular day, there were 4 of us. All of us are males who were 16 or 17 years old. Before we got to the river this day, our friend whose property was on the river remarked about a weird place that he and another friend had seen on the river on a prior trip. He described it as a cult compound that was set back from the river a few yards in the woods. He said he would be able to remember the little ramshackle door that was built on the river once he saw it. In our teenage minds, we thought that it would be the perfect adventure for the day, and we should try and explore the cult compound if we can. Now, only in the mind of a 16-year-old boy would it seem like a great idea to walk around uninvited in a creepy wood structure in the middle of nowhere. But we set out on high spirits. It's a beautiful day, and we were having a good time. After a while, our friend see a dirt road that led away from the riverbank into the woods. He said he thinks this road would lead to the weird place. So we bank the canoes and start down the dirt road. Not too long on the road though, we begin to get attacked by swarms of horseflies. Now to this day, it was the most horseflies that I've ever encountered. We decided to cancel our little trip down this road and ran back as fast as possible to the canoes. Surprisingly, the horseflies didn't follow us back to the canoes, and we continued down to the river on our merry way. Now, I wonder what would have happened if we continued down that road, but also regretted not taking it as a hint to stop our search for the cult compound. A little after though, our friends see the handmade dock that he mentioned earlier, so we decide to dock there and continue the adventure. We climbed up the bank of the river and walked into the wood line. After a few steps I could see it. In a clearing was a 2-story shack built from an assortment of lumber, traps and billboards. It was about the time that I noticed the moat dug around it and realized, oh, a crazy person lives here. We should probably leave. But before the words could leave my mouth, we saw him walking towards us. He looks like Charles Manson. That's with his unkempt hair and woolly beard. He was wearing khaki shorts and a beer t-shirt, and had something shiny and metallic in his hands, which I think is a knife. He said to us, "Turn around." And I thought this would be a wonderful idea, so we turned around to walk back to the canoes. Then he said, "Not that way." Then bam, fires a shot into some bushes next to him. I realised at this point that it's a pistol he had and not a knife. He then led us to his clearing and sat us down in the dirt. I looked above us and noticed that we're sitting under a log that was suspended by ropes and pulleys. I don't know if he could have pulled something to make it drop on us or what, but he starts to rant to us about all the people that he shot before who have tried to steal from him. He said that he's had his dogs attack people before, and then proceeds to tell dogs that we couldn't see or hear to shut up barking. I'm thinking to myself that we're all gonna die. It was weird because I wasn't panicked and remembered thinking that I was kind of lucky because most people actually don't get to know when they're gonna die, but I did. I know it's weird, and I have no idea why I was thinking that way or how exactly it comforted me, but it did. I then remembered getting a little sad thinking that my parents may never find my body or figure out what happened to me. He kept ranting, and I remembered thinking that I would stay calm and confident, but it started to feel really weird. I knew that I'd try and fight him for the gun if I had to. I would rather have gone out fighting than being tied up and face God knows what kind of horror. He tells us that he needs our information so he can call the police. I was really relieved at that point and wanted to say, "Yeah, call the police right now." He goes into his truck, which is an old beat up Toyota truck, and starts looking for paper and a pen. He couldn't find any, so handed us a small piece of lumber and told us to write our names and addresses on it. We all wrote fake addresses because we didn't want the guy to know where we lived, but the fourth actually wrote his real name and address. His rants continued, and he tells us that he fought in Vietnam and often the Vietnamese would sneak up and attack him in groups of 3 or 4, just like we were doing. I decided to try and make some small talk and say, "Oh, you're in the military?" So he starts to tell us that his shack was actually built by the Navy and transported down to the river at this location. He said that he's in the Navy and trained Marines in martial arts. He regaled us some other stories and kind of switched off from angry to actually being friendly. He said that he could tell that we aren't there to rob him because we didn't have any buckets. He then tells us that our parents are welcome guests here and can stay. He proceeds to tell us to stand up and walk back to the canoes. He tells us that we're always welcome to come back, and if we need to call him, then just call it Skull Island, and that's where we'll find him. Now, our same friend who wrote his real name and address said, "Oh, I'm never coming back here." We elbowed him and whispered to him to be quiet and said goodbye. We then got back in the canoes and paddled in silence the whole way back. I was worried at any point that he was going to follow us with his rifle, ready to switch back to his aggressive mode, but thankfully we make it out. So the lesson is, never trespass in the woods, especially if you already know the place is bad. I've been thinking about this for years and I'm still baffled. When I was a child, maybe 11, I lived near the river in a county on a very private area of land. One road, no walkthroughs, fenced off areas, etc. Behind our property was a river, and we could walk on it, but anybody trying to access the property would have to boat or swim in, or stumble through the woods, stumble through a large garden that we had, and a larger yard with huge floodlights that are motion sensing. In front of the house was more dense woods on our private road, one way in and one way out, more porch lights at the end that have a steel gate at the end. So I was maybe 9 or 10 and I wanted to catch fireflies. My mum said okay, gave me a Manson jar, and I went out and told my mum that I was turning off the front porch light to see them better. She said it was okay, but not to go where the tree line is. So I was out there for 6 or 7 fly-ins, worth when I start seeing something odd. There was a strange light hanging in between some trees. It didn't move, didn't turn, shake or rotate, nothing. Now I stared at it for a while, fascinated but scared, trying to puzzle out what it is. It appeared to be a ball, and not a beam, and was definitely well defined. I started to get my fascination out of the way and become scared. And then another appeared in the trees maybe 5 feet further back. They were literally just hanging there in the air, shining balls of light clearly defined. I decided enough is enough and ran to my home. My parents said I was hysterical enough to warrant a rifle search of the property, and my mum called the police, who come out. Nobody found anything though, no evidence of a fire, lanterns hung in trees as jokes, nothing. I already knew it was neither, but I thought somebody would figure it out. I was deep in the woods when my dad told me I was making up nonsense, and I got in trouble for it. But does anybody know what it could have been? Growing up, I'd spent much of my life playing outside with my friends. This is in the days before you had video games and things like that, so it was pretty normal to make your own fun. All I'd have to do is take my bike, and after riding for about an hour or so, I'd be with my friends. I know that sounds like a long time, but I lived out in the backwoods, miles away from cars, so it wasn't really dangerous and it didn't feel so long because you're out in the woods. Now, later in my career, I became a park ranger, so I kind of got used to weird people and weird situations, but this is something that I couldn't explain from my childhood. Now, this actually comes from a number of things that happened to me, which all led to one specific event. So let me begin. So, I was playing out with my friends on one particular day, and one of my friends swears that he's seen a house out in the woods, deep in the middle of nowhere, but he knows exactly where it is. And he says, "God, there's a woman that haunts it and it's so scary. I really need you guys to see it." Now, we knew he wasn't making it up because when his brother came back from vacation, he was also saying the same thing. So one day we set out to find this. We had our bikes with us originally, but had to quickly dismount them. We decided to leave them because we knew it was going to be too difficult to proceed. There were rocks and things everywhere, so it was going to be really a headache to travel with them, so we decided not to. Now, we do notice some people further up also on bikes, and one, we have no idea how that they could have been on bikes out here because of how rough the terrain is, and two, we've seldom seen people here, so we thought it was a pretty bizarre thing, but we don't think too much of it and continue on. Now, funnily, this friend almost immediately gets lost and can't figure out where it is. He's basically adamant to not give up on trying to find it, but he doesn't really have a clue of where he's going. The nature's very nice though, but we're on quite a narrow path which is quite sheer. If you fell, you wouldn't really break anything, but you definitely get hurt. I've actually had the honour of falling in once and it wasn't fun. I ended up getting quite a lot of cuts and things and messed up some of my clothes, which was quite annoying. Now, after not too long, my friend finally gives up and says we're not going to find this place. I say yeah, that's fine, and we decide to start heading back. Now, I kid you not, just as we've started to turn around, we hear a really deep banshee type scream, one that echoes off the surrounding hills. It was far too loud to be a person. At the very least it would have been a large animal, but upon listening to the scream over the 2 seconds it lasted, you could hear some distinct words being spoken, and that was to get out. It's very hard to really figure out exactly what this voice was saying because I had so much adrenaline that I just couldn't focus on what I was hearing. But I look at my friends, and my friend who then led us out there confirmed that yes, he actually heard the same thing. Now we're panicking. As you can imagine, being young kids, we basically scream too and sprint out in the opposite direction. The best part about this is that we don't really know where we're going, and we ended up getting more lost in the woods. Now, I ended up getting really bad because it starts to get dark, and one, I don't want to lose my bike. My parents have only just got me it, and growing up, I really didn't have much money. So if I lost a bike, it was going to be a big thing, but yeah, I really couldn't find it, and that was quite worrying. And two, I didn't want to be out here in the dark with the demon, and my parents were going to kill me if I wasn't back in time. Filled with more rage now, I start strutting around trying my very best to find where the bikes could be, and thankfully we found them. Now we all split off in our different directions, and none of us really say anything. We're just rushing to try and get back home. I've never pedalled so hard in my life because I was absolutely convinced that the demon thing was going to chase after me. I know now it could have just been a person out there, or maybe a large animal. That was probably the biggest threat, but I guess back then you really don't think like that. So I was pretty concerned by this, and I well and truly didn't feel comfortable. I just knew that I had to find my way home safely. So I get in and I get banned from being on my bike for a while, which was really annoying. I didn't really explain what had happened to my parents. I knew I was going to be grounded, and I thought, you know what, this is going to be a lot worse for me if I say what's actually happened. I know looking back on it now, I should have probably explained because it could have been a really dangerous situation. Who knows what was out there that day? Well, I'll tell you who doesn't know, me. So now fast forward a couple of months. My friend is still going on about us trying to find this place, and I kind of didn't want to this time. Normally I'm one of the real adventurers in the group, but I just couldn't be bothered. I didn't want to lose my bike luxuries again because I've just lost them, but he persists, and I guess we had nothing better to do, so I say sure. Now, I remember the day that we're going to set off again. He said that he knows the exact place this is. You know why? He said he had a dream about it. Being young, I really bought into this and thought, you know what, this time we're actually going to find it. So, we're riding down the path this time. We're actually on the more concrete area which leads into the main part of the forest, and we were going really quick. Next thing I know, I'm hitting the ground hard. My hands are stinging and something was off. I realised that I've crashed on my bike. I'd stupidly tried to go off onto what appeared to be a more flat part of the path, but I've gone straight over a big stone and ended up getting some cuts on myself. I didn't worry too much about it though. I was sat down for a while, and I tell my friends that they should just go on without me and that I need to get back home. I was young, but I was still quite concerned by this and ruining my clothes. I didn't want to get blood all over them. I know I have to get back to my mum. Now my friends, being the great friends they are, say sure and head off without me and leave me there. I look at the bike and it seems a little bit stuffed at first. I can't get the wheels to turn, so I ended up just laying there for a while. Now that's when I noticed someone. There's an elderly woman approaching. She's coming from just beyond the tree line up to my right. I look ahead and see if my friends are there to confirm if they're seeing this too, but they aren't. They're long gone. I'm a little bit worried now and very hastily get up and start trying to make my bike move. I'm trying to get the wheels to work, but I just can't seem to do it. For some reason I had a feeling that she was coming to help me, but she gets a little bit closer and just stops, smiling at me. Now she has some of the most jagged and rotten teeth that I've ever seen before. It's like this person had never seen a toothbrush in their life. Weirdly, their clothes didn't seem too dirty, considering that she's just come from the forest and surely they should have some markings on them. She's wearing a kind of dark coloured dress, but it looks pretty immaculate. If I had to guess her age, I'd say she's probably about 70 or 75. I'm not too sure. I wave at her. and don't get anything back. I then say hello, and suddenly, her expression changes, looking completely blank, almost like it's looking through me. Now that was creepy. I can't really make out much about her eyes because she has pretty bloodshot eyes, so I quickly get my bike, pick it up, and thankfully the wheels start moving while I'm walking. I look over my shoulder, and I can still see her there watching me. For some reason I wasn't overwhelmed with fear by this, as I know a lot of people might be. This is kind of uncharacteristic for me too, because often I am the scaredy cat, but not in this situation. I start pedaling slowly at first, but I then see that she's still there staring at me, and as you can imagine, I picked up the pace pretty promptly. Now I ended up getting back home, and my mum's very concerned about me. Annoyingly, she put this stinging stuff all over my cuts. I mean, it's probably antiseptic whatever, but my god, did it burn like I've never felt a burn before. Honestly, it almost sent my whole body into shock how strong this stuff is. It was so much so that I'd actually forgot about what had happened until my mum asked again. I say I crashed over the stone, and then the lady come. My mum says, "What lady?" and asks me to describe her. And I explain everything that happened, and she looks at me kind of weird. She knows that there's no cars around there for miles. It's just the paths. You might get the odd truck, but it was very uncommon. She tells me that if ever I see that lady again, to come straight back and don't try and talk to her. I say, "But Mum, I couldn't even talk to her." I get the reply of, "I don't want to hear it." I'm then grounded and lose my bike privileges again. So it's starting to get quite irritating now. So not only are my friends out having this great adventure, I've crashed my bike on flat ground, hurt myself and got grounded again. I was pretty worried now because usually my mum does the 3 strikes and you're out kind of way of things. I lose a bike again, I don't know if I'll see it again. So I'm pretty upset. Now eventually my mum does release me from her prison and I'm allowed to go out. And I catch up with my friends and ask them what happened. They then say that they still couldn't find it and I started laughing. They then ask why I'm not allowed on my bike and I explain and my friend says that's her. That's the lady who lives there. I say, "What do you mean?" He says, "The lady that haunts the house, you saw her." And I'm not buying any of it. I say, "The day I believe you is the day I see the house." And what happens? Nothing for the next 2 months. Until eventually I get my bike back and it's time to go out once more. In the time without my bike I'm actually super bored because I'm basically stuck indoors all day and I'm just watching the days go past. I did get some video games then, so I just killed hours on it, but it couldn't compete with being with my friends. Now, we decide that we're going to set out one last time to try and find this house. Again, I really don't believe it's there. I don't believe any of it's true, but my friend constantly goes on about it. So now, we get on that path once again, and this time I'm constantly scanning the ground. I'm very scared to go over another rock again and get hurt. It's not actually the feeling of crashing that actually bothers me, it's more the fact that I don't want to have a crash and get that stinging stuff on me. The thing was, at this point, even if we did find anything, I was sure to just lie about it, because I think, what's the point of telling my mom about what's happened if I'm only going to get grounded again? So I swear that no matter what happens, I'm not going to tell her anything. Now we were riding for miles and miles, and eventually my friend said, "Stop," and we all stop. He says, "Leave our bikes here." We take them off to the side and actually throw them into the bushes so people can't find them. They're pretty well concealed now, which is something we're all happy about. Now we get up and we start going through the woods on this little path. My friend is absolutely convinced and certain that this is the way that we need to go to be able to get away from everyone and finally find where this house is. He says, "This is it. This is what I found before." None of us really believed him, but I guess being gullible, part of us wanted it to be real. Now, we walked for miles and miles, and we still don't seem to be getting any closer to anything. I tell him, really, is this actually a thing, or is it just a figure of your imagination? He then says, be quiet. And I don't. I just keep on going until eventually, there it is. In a break in the trees, you can see an old white house. It kind of looked like an old English cottage, but slightly bigger. It certainly looked old and very abandoned. It was 2 stories tall, and looked like nobody had been there for as long as I had been alive, at least 5 times over. Now at this point I get a little freaked out, but my friend is persistent that we have to press forward to find it. We have to go in there. We have to know that it's real. I agreed, kind of getting more and more excited at this time. As we start to step towards it, a crow must have broke out of a tree nearby, and it really made us jump. All of my friends are laughing at me for being so scared, but I don't know, I felt extremely on edge in this situation, and it's kind of like something I haven't felt before for a long time. Even working now as a ranger, I still haven't had that feeling. I think I was too on edge. I was too ready for something to happen. Now we go a little bit further ahead, and then I can see some kind of movement. It almost looks like there's a cat or something in one of the top windows moving round. It's all black, I can't see eyes, but I knew something was in there. I think maybe it's an animal. And we continue going forward. I don't know, I'm getting a really bad feeling about this, one of my friends says. But again, we say that we've come this far and that we need to figure out what this is. And so we press forward even more. Now eventually we get up to where the door was, and I, probably being the bravest at the time, decided to step in first. And this place smelled really weird. It was kind of like an old smell, one that I hadn't smelled before, and something smelled really bad in there. I didn't know what it was. I kept on and on searching for the source of the smell, but I really couldn't find anything. So that was something quite strange. I just expected either something to jump out at me constantly, or to see some kind of dead animal or thing there to make sense of the smell, but again, there's nothing. Now, I decided to go up the stairs to see what else is up there, and this place looks like it is from about the 1800s. There's no furniture or anything. There is a picture on the wall, but it's all faded off and you can't really see what it once was. I don't think it was a picture, but some kind of portrait, but it's gone now. I then see a big spider go up the wall, and I really don't like that. I'm looking for the cat though, and I can't find it. I think this is odd, so I continue my search. I was sure I saw something in here. Even if it wasn't a cat, I just had the urge to know exactly what it is and just figure out what was going on up here. Now, I end up going further ahead, and while my friends are down, I realise that there's an upstairs area. There are stairs that go up another level. I go up the stairs and I can see a suitcase. I don't see anything else there, and I decide that I'm going to open it up. I have to know what's in here. Even if it's bugs or something, I really want to know. As I go to open it, I hear a sound behind me. It's movement. I'm not bothered, I think that it's one of my friends, and I slowly turn around, and there I see it. A woman crouched in the corner, staring at me. I then realise this is a woman that I saw before, and she slowly smiles at me. I drop the suitcase down immediately. It startles me, but not her. One of my friends then joins me on the stairs and screams the second he sees the woman. Something about her didn't look real or human. The next thing I know, we're sprinting down those stairs. They felt impossibly long. It was almost like it had doubled in length. My other friends are also screaming now, and we all come flying out of the house, saying, "What was that? What on earth was that?" I say I don't know, and we start explaining to the others what we saw. One of my friends is constantly looking around, and he swears that he can see someone staring at us out of the window. We don't bother looking around. I mean, me and the guy who saw it, we just keep running. We were surprisingly fit, as we probably made it about 500 meters before slowing down again. We all stopped for a moment, now feeling safe that we're away from the house, saying, what did we see? No, none of us can agree on exactly what we saw. We keep looking around to where the house is, but weirdly we can't find it. I know that we run off and we're quite worried and disorientated, but we should be able to see the house, so it doesn't make sense why it's not there. I start to kind of lurch backwards a bit as I realise that the fear's really taken a toll on me. It's like my vision's gone a bit weird. We then start moving again. We start running as quick as we can, and we're trying desperately to locate our bikes. We eventually come back to the main path, but our bikes are nowhere to be found. Of course not, how could we possibly find it out here? How are we going to be able to differentiate it from the surroundings when everything looks the same? We didn't think of this at the time. I didn't even care about the bike. Now the thing that makes this suck is it's going to be a long journey back without the bikes, but we just can't find them. I do want to search for a bit longer, but my friends are all too scared, and we take off running again. We don't get too far as we're really tired now, and we have to start walking. What's worse is we've got about 2 hours of daylight now ahead of us. We're all discussing, running through the probabilities of what it was, and suddenly I get annoyed at the friend saying, why didn't you tell me that was there? He says, I can't know what's up there, I've never been in there before. We all look at him then, kind of annoyed, as if to say, well, why didn't you let us know that before? He doesn't reply though. And eventually, we get to the part where we have to split ways. We all say goodbye to each other, and then watch my friends go off in different directions. I don't know why, I just felt the need to stop there for a second or so, just to try and figure out, or at least make sense of what had happened, but I can't really make sense of anything. I then think, God, my bike, this isn't good. I'm going to be in so much trouble. And I start to fabricate an excuse to my mum as to what's happened to my bike, so at least then maybe she won't be too annoyed at me. It was stolen, that's it. I'm going to tell her it was stolen. Eventually, after a 2-hour walk, I get home just before the sunset. My mum can see me without my bike and says, what happened? And it was stolen, Mum. I think a kid stolen it. Weirdly, she wasn't annoyed at all. She said, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, honey. We'll get you another one. Dinner's ready. I'm really surprised, and I take my food and go and sit in my room to eat it. Now fast forward to all these years later, and even in my current line of work, I've never seen anything so strange, and I still can't really make sense of it all. I don't know what I could have possibly seen up there. I'm just glad that I wasn't the only person to have seen it, and somebody else did, because if it was just me, I probably wouldn't have believed it. I grew up in rural South Georgia, and I live with my parents and several siblings on a large farm. Most of my family grew up believing in paranormal activity due to our Native American heritage. My dad, on the other hand, was a non-believer and would always discount our encounters as hogwash or other active imaginations. My mum said that she had been woken during the night by disembodied voices. She said that it would sound like there was a room full of people where you couldn't hear a single conversation, but could tell the overall mood of the room. The activity would heighten around pivotal moments in her life. For years, my dad would laugh it off and said that he's never heard a thing, even after all the kids moved out. Fast forward several years later, and my dad had been diagnosed with large and small cell lymphoma, and lost some weight and things because of it. I stayed with him around Christmas of 2020, and I vividly remembered him telling me that he's routinely awoken by the same voices that he had discounted for decades. He said that he would check the house to make sure the TVs or radios were off, but there never was anything. Now something happened to me a few years ago. Long story short, I was walking my dog at night when, in the forest, I saw something lit up by orange street lamps, which appears to be a deer standing up. But when I look at its head, I can't understand its face, as in, the head/face was sort of shrouded in darkness. It's almost like it's rooted away, and I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. Last night, years after that encounter, nothing strange had happened up to now. I was sleeping in my bedroom, which is situated facing the road, with my windows open. I'm normally a deep sleeper, but I woke up to the loud sound of bird noises. At first I thought nothing of it, simply birds calling in the middle of the night. But over time, I noticed something. It's hard to describe, but it sounded as if about every 5 seconds or so, there would be different bird songs and calls. The calls weren't different sounds, as in certain birds making different pitch noises or whatever. Instead, it's the same whistling noise, not like a whistle blowing, but instead, like the noise of a songbird, but in different arrangements for an hour straight. It was very loud, but loud enough that I covered my head in 2 pillows and was still awoken. It was just repeating the same 50 different calls or so in the same order. It was as if one bird was trying to imitate the different calls of different birds over and over again. The noise was about 25 feet away, coming from the thicket next to my home. There was no sound though but the calling. There was no birds or I should say other birds, frogs or anything. No cars actually went through. I also faintly remembered the smell of rotten eggs, but this may have been my brain just playing tricks on me. Eventually it stopped though, and I fell back asleep terrified. I had kept my eyes shut tight. I woke up again about 15 minutes later, hearing the sound seemingly further away down the street, but at the exact same order. Then later through the night, I heard the noise again, either in the same spot as before and louder, or right next to my window. I faced away from the window and kept my eyes shut, horrified but in such a tired state that I simply stayed there, not able to think of anything else. What was that? Does anyone have an explanation for it? I don't know what it could have possibly been. One of the more stranger things that happened to me while working as a ranger is when I actually had to do camping once. I was actually sent out somewhere to show some guys how to camp and just do general survival training. I didn't really have much of an issue with this. I really enjoyed sharing knowledge and teaching others, so it was a time that I looked forward to. There's supposed to be a group of guys that I was going to have to train, but in the end it turned out only one of them actually showed up. Again, no issues for me. It basically just made my job a lot easier. We had about a week of a planned camping trip that we were going to go and do. Now the area had lots of wild animals in it, but again, because of my background this didn't really bother me much. The other guy that I was taking there with me had some experience too, being in the scouts and things, so he was also used to being outside. The guy was really nice and we get on really well, and we set out in a beautiful area. The paths that we're walking on aren't very good though, to be honest. I guess you can call them paths, but they're kind of more like clearings. I didn't have an issue with this, but I am constantly checking with the other guy if he's okay, because I don't want him to get an injury here. I'm quite a big guy, but I'm not going to be able to carry this guy if he gets hurt or anything. So, completely aware of this, we decided to be very careful. Now, we got through the first day with no issues at all, and everything's going pretty well, to be honest. We both felt really good, and I actually taught this guy a lot. We got on really well, and it turns out that he actually went to school quite close to where I used to. Crazy how small the world is out here. I don't know, things like that always seem to amaze me, especially when you don't expect it. So anyway, we continue and we're doing some hunting the next day. We ended up finding a really nice white water rapid. Not really rapid, but I guess a strong stream next to us, and we decided to try and catch some fish in here. There's some that end up getting caught in little pools of rocks and things, and we ended up finding one, which was pretty cool. We decided to head back and put these on the fire that was started. We actually had some issues getting the fire started, and I told this guy that you have to bury the food after, and just some other basic things. He said sure, and everything is normal. We get on to the next day, and everything seems a little bit odd. I don't know how to describe it, but it was almost like there was something in the air, which was ever so different from what we had felt the first couple of days. I mean, the first few days felt really peaceful, and we were really happy out there, but something just felt different now. I couldn't describe it. The guy would also act a little bit more weird now. I could clearly tell that he was paranoid, but I don't know, some things just weren't making sense to me. The way that he would speak to me, I mean, he would start saying something, then would just stop. He was telling me that he had lots of aspirations to work in the forest like I did, and to really have a long career like me. And I said that was cool, but then he would say something out of the blue, like he'd say, oh, the colour red, or something weird like that. He kind of laughed it off a few times, but I didn't like it. I don't know how to describe it. It made me very on edge. I was constantly trying to keep at least a little bit of distance between us and just scope out what was wrong. I thought, yeah, maybe the guy wasn't cut out to be here. Not everybody is. Some people have real issues with this psychologically, and maybe he's just panicking through it. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. And we continue onwards like normal. Now eventually we fall asleep in the tent, and I'm awoken by the sound of sniffing or something. I can't figure out what it is. I go to wake up the other dude. I say, hey Ben, are you there? Ben. And I don't get a reply. I then realise that he's outside somewhere. I think that's quite odd. I can see the silhouette of somebody, and I get up to investigate and say, Ben, what are you doing? I grab my flashlight, and I can't find him anywhere. I also can't figure out who's around. I say, Ben, come back, what are you doing? And then I start to panic a little bit. It's like this guy just vanished, but the really weird thing is that I saw somebody going around our tent. I say our, but I now realise that I'm the only one in it. I think this is really odd, and I start to panic. I ended up calming myself down a little bit, and then I can see a group of people. They all seem to be sitting around the fire. I think that's really odd. There's probably about 8 or so of them, and then I can see Ben next to them. I shine the torch on and say, hey, you guys, what are you doing? We're meant to be asleep, who are you? And I don't get a reply. I then turn the light off and jog over, and then only Ben's remaining. I say, Ben, what's wrong? And he says, God. And he suddenly snaps out of some kind of trance or something. Looking really confused and sleep deprived, he said, what am I doing? Why am I here? I say, what's wrong? Where are the people? He said, what people? And looks really confusedly at me. I say, you know, the people around us, and I shine my torch around trying to find them, but literally everybody's gone. Ben is absolutely adamant that nobody else has been around him. I then take his hand and say, come on, we're getting back to the tent. And we go back to the tent, and he falls asleep almost exhaustedly. I didn't get asleep one bit that night. I woke up the following day and constantly questioned him on what had happened, but he has absolutely zero recollection of it. We eventually go on for the rest of the trip, but we cannot find out who those people were, or why they led him out there, or where on earth they went to. It's something that still haunts me to this day. In northern Minnesota, at a rural lake resort that my friend owns, we were snowboarding through the woods at around 2 AM. It was about an hour from any surrounding towns to get there. The resort was closed for the winter, and we were staying at one of the lodges for a couple of nights. We got lost and went pretty deep into the woods, and I got a horrible sinking feeling and was asking him to hurry us back. I kept seeing glittering red specks of light around us. It looked like red lights or eyes staring at us. It happened every 5 to 10 seconds from different directions. There was something black in the underbush. I could hear sticks breaking around us, and this just seems to be getting closer and closer, but without moving. My friend had accelerated hard, and we whipped through there, multiple times turning hard and ending up finding a crossing to a thawing lake at an unsafe speed to get back to the lodge. You could hear the ice cracking beneath us, just loud chunking noises. I asked him what's going on. Why did he take us across the lake like that? It's so dangerous, and I was panicked and annoyed. He said he saw faces in the woods and kept seeing something in the underbrush. He kept feeling like something was coming after us, which is why we had to take such sharp turns, as he had seen it a few times at the turning points. I have no idea what was out there that night. This was no trail cam area, and we also didn't see moose or bear tracks the next day. It still gives me a weird heavy feeling, now 10 years on. I distant hike when I can. Sometimes this means getting up early, staying out late, to get as many miles in as I can. Sometimes walking in the pitch dark with a low light headlamp seems spooky. I grew up in the wooded areas. I've slept under a canopy of stars more nights than I can count. I've trekked literally thousands of miles of trails, riverbanks, lake shores, ridge bottoms, bogs and creeks. I've hunted the game. I'm establishing this because this is very important for you to understand. I've seen, heard, smelt all about this region in terms of what it has to offer with wildlife. My scariest experience so happened at about 04:30 in the morning. It was late spring, so the first morning light wouldn't be visible from the treetops for another 30 to 45 minutes. Another hour passed until sunrise. I was on mile 5. I'm in a low bottom that's wedged between the two steep ridges. The trail I'm on was narrow, muddy, and completely hemmed in by a thick underbrush, young maple and oak. I'm confused, but focused on a small light with my headlamp, and I did hear what I think I did, a loud crack. I freeze solid. This is a part I'm having trouble describing. 04:30 in springtimes means I am the only thing making noise. No birds chirping, nothing. It's literally dead quiet. Mid-step I froze. Now it's just me and my fight or flight reaction. The thought instantly flashes in my mind as I stood there bracing myself into silence. If I hear that again, I'm turning round and leaving in a hurry. Why? Because that sound was not a branch breaking, nor a deadfall. It wasn't a widowmaker. I was damn sure that whatever did that done so intentionally towards me. Hearing it twice, well, God. To describe it as best I can, it sounded like a big piece of wood being violently smashed against a tree. More like a baseball bat, to be honest. The distinction in my head being that this sounded like a crack, not a thud or thump, as I have described it as an explosion. It's such a horrifying sound to me now. So I stood there, completely spooked. I realised the soon-to-be worst part of my situation. I knew where the sound come from. I knew where the trail went. In about 30 yards, I was gonna come to a 180-degree turn and start up the ridge going away from the creek. This meant as soon as I got the courage to move towards the noises, I was gonna have to turn back to it and get up that ridge. I'm nervous now. My head somewhere between meth find murder and Bigfoot. Minutes pass, I just breathe, with the fog misting up on my glasses, and there's nothing. Dead quiet. I've got about 30 minutes until first light. I crank up the headlight and start to slowly creep to the 180-degree turn. When you wear a headlamp in the woods at night, every branch can cast 1,000 shadows. Without moonlight, there's little help. I get to the turn and quickly make the bend. I'm moving pretty fast now, trying to be quiet, taking tiny shallow breaths. Then I smell it. A stench hits me that I can't describe. Imagine being dead, rotten and cold and wet. I've actually worked scenes with humans who have expired in the past, and this was worse or similar. I kept walking fast. By the time I made it to the top of the ridge, I'm huffing. The first light's here. I didn't stop moving until the full light was out. I've never heard it again in the woods since then, and I've never had a smell like that before. I honestly have no idea what the hell that sound was, or what could have been strong enough to make it. A few years ago, when I was 17, I just graduated from high school and got my first job at a Christian camp near Yosemite in California over the summer. Mainly the people I worked with were great and really sweet Christian college kids, the good kinds. There was one guy though, I would say he's Carl. I didn't frankly like him. He was tall, handsome, charming, had golden curly brown hair and a smile that could stop your heart. His eyes though, they're dead. He never got those little crinkles in the corner of his eyes when he smiled, which suggests that it's not a real smile. It was like the top half of his face died. There were things I did not like about Carl off the bat. His eyes for one, the death of his smile. He never asked for anything. He tried to twist your arm. He just very softly, very slowly tried to manipulate the situation to feel as though you owed him. Each time, it felt like a part of my brain shut down, like a slamming door, almost like I'm powerless to say no. I get along with most of the little cliques of the camp. No one really dislikes each other. As far as I knew, we just kind of broke off into groups based off what we like into our free time, or who we like the most. Carl though, seemed to make friends one-on-one with a clique. By the time he left the group, it was desolate. They were fighting, not speaking or trusting each other. I know this isn't a lot of evidence, but I'm trying to take a good picture mentally and describe it to you. Now one day, everyone in the camp decided to go friendzone. We tried out a lot of camp food and wanted real dinner, maybe seeing a movie or go bowling. I was off work last. Now, at camp, we had a sign out sheet. Being so close to Yosemite, we often went hiking, so if we had left, we put our name down along with where we're going, when we left and where we should be back, and when. This way, if anything happens, the search teams know where to go. So I put all my info into this sheet and head down to the parking lot. My friends had all divided up into their cars, and I jokingly asked if they forgot about me. They said Carl had said I could ride with him. I look around and I don't see Carl, although I seen his name on the sheet. All of the hair on my body stood on end. I was terrified to get in the car with this guy alone. He felt so wrong, just off. Just not right. I don't know how else to say it. My friends were telling me I have nothing to worry about and everything's gonna be fine. I saw Carl walking towards the parking lot with that dead smile on his face, and everything in me was seeming to get scared. I said that I was tired and wanted to stay in tonight, and Carl laid the charm trick on me, telling me what a night it's gonna be. I owed him because of God knows what, with this dead smirk on his face. I refuse. He gets mad. Told me I don't need to be such a horrible person. Finally, everyone figured out that I wouldn't be persuaded. I hugged one of my girlfriends goodbye, whispering in my ear not to ride with Carl back. When they all left, I walked back to the area with the sign out sheets to cross off my name, since obviously I wasn't going anywhere. I saw the sheet, saw where my name was, and my heart dropped. My name had already been erased. Where I live in college, I have to come back a long way to get to home. It's literally states away, so I'm used to driving for hours on my own. This is often through heavily forested roads, with little to no other cars on the journey. Now I don't mind, I just play some podcasts and really enjoy my time normally. However, one night would change that forever for me. So it was the end of semester, and I was ready to set off like normal, and I check my phone and I have a text off my mum. It says, "Be careful." I don't know why I have a really weird feeling about tonight. I laugh about it and think, yeah, she's always paranoid like that, and set off at around 10 at night. I should be home by about 5 in the morning, that means, so I can get in, sleep, and enjoy the day with my family. So I set off and all feels normal. I've got my music playing and I'm having a good time. Now I don't know why, I suddenly have this weird feeling come across me. I notice that my radio starts to act up too. Not like normal interference though that I've ever heard before. This is almost like it's being jammed. I just laugh and quickly switch my phone to podcast mode. Aliens are not going to stop me today, I laugh to myself, and I continue onwards. Now as I'm driving, I haven't seen one other car yet, but lo and behold, there's some kind of light as I'm approaching a bend. I slow down thinking it's another car, making sure I don't have an accident. But it doesn't seem to move. I think this is odd. As I get closer, I realise that it's just a torch. It's been placed on the side of the road. It's as though a person's just put it there to look like a car's headlights. I think that's really odd, but decide to keep going, thinking maybe a road worker left it there by accident. I don't know, it could happen. Now as I'm driving, I switch the radio again to get a weather update, and I realise that the same jamming type thing is in place. I really don't want to worry myself and think I'm just being paranoid, so I press on. Now that's when I see the same thing up ahead again, except there's two. What giving it away is that one was dimmer than the other, but it was the same orange type of glow that the torch had from before. I'm certain that it's just going to be some road workers doing something, so I decide to slow down and roll my window down to let them know that they've left a torch on up the road and it might be dangerous to other drivers. As I do so, I see some people in high-vis jackets. When I'm slowing down though, I have a horrible feeling that something isn't right. My car slowly comes to a stop, and I decide to put my full beams on. I know some of you are gonna moan at me for this, but I didn't care about temporarily blinding someone to see what was going on. That's when I see it. There's 5 people wearing high-vis jackets, but something looks off about this. I can see that the people in the background are wearing all black and a high-vis jacket. That just isn't right. I'm confused as to what's going on. Why on earth would they wear all black and a high-vis jacket? It's almost like they're not actual road workers, but the two at the front are. I call out and say, "Hello? Are you guys from the government?" And there's no reply. As I'm waiting there, a horrifying grin comes across one of the workers' faces. As my eyes have adjusted to the darkness, I can see that there's more lights in the background. And I can see that the torches have been placed there just the same as before. Then suddenly, I can hear the sound of rustling around me. To my left, I can see that there's a group of people coming from the tree line. And, almost on cue, my headlights go back to normal mode automatically and I can't see the guys in front of me. Just as it goes off though, it gives one flash of light and I can see that the people in the trees are carrying a lead pipe and other objects. This is the most scared that I've ever been in my life, and my fight or flight kicks in. I desperately jam my car into reverse and floor it, panicking not knowing what to do. As I do so, it illuminates the silhouettes of at least 8 other people on the left side of me, waiting, coming to the tree line. As I'm reversing out of there, to my horror, they all come into the road and just stop, staring at me, all dressed in black. What's worse is that as I'm screaming, the light suddenly goes off from the torches and I can't see them any longer. I immediately do the quickest U-turn of my life and start heading in the opposite direction. I'm trying to get through to the police but I've got no signal. I speed the rest of the way home. In a terrified state, I'm crying to my mum. I don't know if they'd followed me or what. I made damn sure to get out of there as quick as I possibly could. I then file a police report. The worst thing? My mum doesn't believe me about any of this. She thinks it was just sleep-induced hallucinations. And that I was so tired I imagined all of it. That was about to change though when the police arrived, and they told me and my mum that they were so thankful for the report, and they've been tracking down a group of people who pretended to be road workers to then try and kidnap people. Apparently someone else nearly got caught earlier in the week, but sped away too when they tried to grab her. It just makes me sick to think that there's people like that out there in the world. But the fact that I was miles into deep forest with no one around to help if I needed it then. It was only God's grace that I spotted them and didn't actually get out. About a month ago, I moved into a house near the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. It's very secluded. Everything was great up until about a week ago, when this strange thing started happening. Not like paranormal, just strange. So I knew moving in, I'm gonna have about an acre to myself, which is nice. The acre itself is just about all thick dense woods. Towards the back you can't even go any deeper because the land is too rigid and the trees block a clear path into anything. Now I live alone in this tiny home. My brother and his dog are moving in a couple of weeks. The house is pretty small. It also has a basement with a sliding door to the backyard, which has a tiny little fence that can be knocked down completely if someone's trying to get over it. I decided that I was going to start fixing it up until my brother's dog becomes well trained. Now this is when the first creepy thing happened. I left to go to Lowe's just to buy one classic lump of wood for a fence, just enough to make sure a dog can't get his head over it or leap past it. Now as I was coming back home, I noticed a man on my doorstep. Looking inside through my window, even though any person could have heard me pulling into the driveway, he doesn't flinch at all, even when I slam the door shut. Eventually at this point, I kind of uneasily said, "Can I help you?" To which he replied, I'm just your neighbour and saying hello. I went out of my way to put the wood I was carrying in my hand down on the ground and went to shake his hand, and he didn't move again. He just stared at me. After this weird encounter, I was more just done with him, so I said that I'm very busy and I'm fixing my fence and it's nice to meet him. He stayed at the front of my house though for about another 2 minutes, watching me put all my wood inside the living room, looking into and around my house in the process. I'm thoroughly creeped out now. I just closed the door in his face and went about my business. About 2 days later, into fixing my fence, another woman, this one looking nicer and having put a little appearance into her look, greeted me kindly, telling me about herself. I'll call her Miss H. Now she started to talk to me, explaining how people don't normally move around here, and I was the first in about 11 years. She went on to explain the rest of my neighbourhood, whom I knew are around the same age as her, like to stay to themselves. After a pleasant talk with Miss H, I asked her, what's up with the guy that I saw earlier? She said that, well, he's about 6 foot, which you probably know. Old, but not too old. Probably mid-50s and brown eyes, decent shave and grey hair. Miss H went on to explain that the person who lived here before me was a widow, and her teenage daughter, who was homeschooled, had left because this perv started to stalk her. She got on to say other things about this weird man, and eventually left it at that. Now last night, I thought I heard a tapping on my window at exactly 2:37 AM. I knew this because I looked at my clock. Now my window is a good 4 feet above the actual ground, and below it, I think it's just a figure of a bird or something, and maybe it's casted its shadow trying to get in. But no less than 2 minutes after silence, the tapping become 3 loud bangs. I immediately ran to the closet, grabbed my hunting .22 and hid under my bed. Peeking over, I see a figure looking in. After being scared for my life, I hear the familiar voice of the perv shouting, "I need your help." Not knowing what to do with myself, I threw my curtain open, and the only thing between his forehead and my .22 was a ½ inch of my glass. He didn't say a word. Not "don't shoot me," not "I need help," not "oh hey." He then pointed behind him to the fence. I then ran outside to see what he wanted. I still have the gun on me. I said, "What's wrong?" He said nothing, pointing to my fence. I look over, and this time I saw the fence had seemed to have been run over by a car, with mud tracks everywhere. How on earth had I not heard this? I look at the 50-something-year-old cars, of whom were dirty tire tracks that could have left this. I'm annoyed at what I saw and yell, "What the hell?" And then pull my finger on the trigger, when he finally replied, "That's your fence, isn't it?" Jumped in his car and quickly sped off. It's currently 3 PM on March 2nd, and I've scraped the entire fence idea out of sheer exhaustion and fear. This is really happening right now, and I'm really not sure what to do. What I'm about to tell you happened 2 days ago in southwest Sweden. It was around 5 PM in the afternoon, and I decided to meet up with one of my friends. We have moped scooters, and drove to the grocery store to get a snack for our small trip. After that, we head towards a beautiful sheep pasture that I had been to once and wanted to go to again. It's located maybe 15 minutes away from the center of town. After a while, we come to a narrow road surrounded by a forest, since it rarely drives any kind of vehicles out there. I started to drive in the middle of the road, and sometimes even on the part of the road for approaching cars. One time, when I looked in my mirror, I saw my friend driving close to the edge. At first, I thought she was making a point that I should keep on my part. But then, she drove even closer to the edge, almost going in a ditch. I stop and wait for her to catch up. We're both kind of laughing, and I ask her what happened, and she said, I got distracted by something weird by a tree and forgot the turn. We laugh and continue. Later, when we sat in the sheep pasture eating our snacks, we started talking about it again for some reason. I asked what she saw, and she described it as some kind of wooden plank that was nailed to a tree, and that it looks like a person with just holes as eyes. My reaction was, oh yeah, really? And we decided to relocate it on the way home. We stopped by the roads and I turned off the engine. When I look up, I spotted it right away. It was hanging in a tree, looking dead. Now, I immediately think of some cults that are known to operate in the area. Maybe they were worshipping this. I don't know. I have a picture saved on my phone of this and I'm really thinking of reporting it to the authorities. Something just doesn't feel right about it though. I have a horrible sense of evil when I look at this. I hope nothing too bad's happened here. I even got told that this could be a grave for something, as part of some of the sacrificial rituals that can take place there. I'm not really willing to go back to find out though.